A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, after budgeting her household expenses for a week and coming out with a $13 loss, Jane Ace has a clue as to where the money goes. Laura, the maid, has a boyfriend, Harry, whom she has been feeding, clothing, and even giving spending money to at the expense of the Aces. Jane got suspicious when she saw food stains on Harry's tie. Our scene now is early morning at the Aces. Marge is going to work, and Mr. Ace to his office. Jane comes hurriedly into the living room where she finds Marge. Listen.
Marge, I thought you were gone.
I'm waiting for Ace. He's driving me down today.
Oh, I wish you'd hurry and go. What's keeping him so late?
What's the hurry?
Oh, I've got things on my mind. Dear, Marge is waiting for you.
Why do you want to rush us off this way?
Well, I've got some very important things on this morning.
Such as what?
Well, remember what I said the other night about playing Sherlock Holmes and finding out what's been going on out there in the kitchen?
Don't tell me you found Laura actually taking money.
No, not yet, but I'm going to.
You're going to? You're going to what?
I'm going to find her taking the money.
What money?
The money in my pocketbook. I just left it out there on the window over the sink.
You left your pocketbook out of it?
Not so loud, Marge.
I don't get what you're driving at, Jen.
Well, I just left my pocketbook with $18 in it on the window. If she takes it, then that's where my money's been going. If she doesn't, then it isn't. What? It isn't where it's been going. I'll have to try something else.
In other words, you're testing Laura, testing her honesty, is that it?
Uh-huh. Isn't it exciting? I wonder if she'll take it.
Oh, I doubt it. I don't think Laura's the type.
Well, you never can tell, Marge. How about those movies where somebody's killed?
Oh,
and you keep thinking it's a certain person that did it, and 9 times 10 it's the butler.
I can't stand.
Oh, I wish you'd hurry up and go. Dear, hurry.
Why the rush, Jen? You've got all morning.
Oh, no. If she takes it, I don't want to give her time to pack up and leave with it. I just want to catch her.
Oh, I see. Wouldn't do to lose the $18 just to find out if she's honest or not.
I should say not. I'm $5 ahead this week on my budget.
Oh, well, Laura hasn't been taking anything.
Well, maybe she did last week. Maybe she didn't this week because she's afraid we might catch on.
Yeah, since we saw that young man of hers out there, she may...
Oh, here he is, Marge. Now hurry.
Did you call me, Jane?
Yes, Marge is waiting for you. Hurry and go on.
Why the rush, Jane?
I told you, Marge. Why do you keep asking me over and over?
I didn't ask you that time.
Oh, she asked me that very thing before, dear.
What is all this?
Oh, I haven't time to tell you now, dear. I'll tell you when you come back.
Oh, I want to know now. What is it?
Oh,
Jane's been carrying out her threat to check up on Laura's honesty.
Well, you still think Laura is responsible because you can't run the house economically.
Well, I'm going to find out where the money goes.
How?
I haven't time now, dear. Please hurry.
Hurry where? Why the rush? I don't
Oh, come on, Ace. It is getting late.
But I want to know just how she expects to find out if Laura is responsible.
Well, she's testing her.
Not so loud, Marge.
Testing her? What do you mean?
Well, she just left her pocketbook on the window over the kitchen sink. The pocketbook contains $18, and she figures that ought to be temptation enough to find out.
I should say that ought to be temptation enough. $18.
Well, if she takes it, then I'll know.
But she wouldn't come right out and take $18, even if she has been
Well,
making...
that's what I'm going to find out. If you two will just hurry and let me call her in.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You left a pocketbook with $18 on the windowsill.
Oh, stop calling names. We'll see who's silly and who isn't.
No, I didn't call you silly. I said you left $18 on the windowsill. By the way, where did you get the $18? This is the last day of the week for your budget. Don't tell me you've got $18 left.
Yes, I have. And after I pay the grocer today, I'll have a profit of $5 left over.
$5 profit, really?
Sure I will, if Laura doesn't take the 18.
Oh, she's not going to take any.
Well, if you two will please hurry and leave.
Yes, Ace, come on, let's go. We'll have to make extra good time if I'm going to get to my office.
Okay, Marge, the car is out in front.
Goodbye, dear.
So long, Jane. I'll see you at dinner, and I'm going over those books with you again to see if you actually have a profit of $5 or not.
All right, you'll see.
I hope it's not like that profit you had last week.
Oh, no, this is really a profit this
I
time.
hope so. See you at dinner, Jane. Say, it's getting cold now.
At last. Laura. Laura, will you come here a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to see you a minute, Laura.
Yes, ma'am.
Sit down, Laura. Sit down?
Yes, sit down. I want to ask you something.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see my pocketbook with $20 in it?
20? 18, ma'am.
I thought so. I caught you. How did you know there was $18 in it?
I counted it.
You counted it. I thought so.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I saw it laying there on the window, and I opened it to see how much there was in it.
I thought so.
I didn't want it laying around there on account Harry is coming over this morning again, so I put it in my apron. Here it is, ma'am.
I thought...
What? Your pocketbook, ma'am, with the $18.
Oh, then you didn't take it.
Oh, no, ma'am. It's all there with the note and everything.
The note?
Yes, the note. It says, I caught you.
Oh, yes, I wrote that because I thought if somebody tries to take the money, then I'd catch him that way.
That's what I told Harry.
Harry, where is he?
Oh, he's out in the kitchen.
Well, what is he doing here? I know you've been giving him things to eat, Laura. I saw it on his tie.
Well, ma'am, he hasn't any place to eat. No money.
But you can't be giving him our money.
I know, ma'am. I keep telling him that, but he won't listen. I had the hardest time with him just now. Oh, I wish he'd leave me alone. He wanted me to give him this money I found. He said, find it as keepers, and I said, no, Harry. And he
said to say he wanted you to take this money?
Yes, ma'am, but I wouldn't, ma'am.
Why, I'll have him arrested for that.
Oh, please, ma'am. Harry's a nice fellow when you get to know him.
Well, I don't know him very well. But it seems to me
It's just that he hasn't any money or any job.
Well, why doesn't he get a job? I don't see how you can go with a fellow that won't work. And if you're going to work here, you can't be going with a fellow like that. Imagine. He wanted you to take this money.
I told him, ma'am, oh, I wish you'd leave me alone. I told him I was worried about him coming out here all the time and expecting me to give him money.
Well, I'll tell him a thing. He's not coming out here anymore. Harry!
He's off for marriage this morning, ma'am.
Well, so am I. He can't... Oh, there you are.
Yeah, here I am.
Yes. Well, I want to talk to you. Come in. Why don't you go away and leave Laura alone?
Laura? Well, I don't think she wants me to leave her alone. Do you, Faye?
Well, Harry, it's just on account you're so unreasonable.
Oh, throwing me over, huh? Just like that, huh?
Well, Harry...
I told her she can't work here if she keeps going with you, and you can't keep coming over here expecting to eat here, and even taking money. Now, you leave Laura alone from now on. Go on.
Say, she can't throw me over just like that.
Go on now. Shoe fly.
Nothing doing. You ain't throwing me over, are you, babe?
But, Harry, after all, my job here
Your job here doesn't mean more to you than I do, does it?
Yes, it does, doesn't it, Laura?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What?
Well, Harry...
The idea of you wanting her to take that money out of my pocketbook.
Oh, she told you that, did she?
Well, Harry, she asked me, and
Well, why shouldn't she take whatever money she can?
Why shouldn't she? You never read the 10 Amendments if you talk like that. Don't you know about stealing?
Yeah, and don't you know that $8 a week isn't according to the 10 Commandments either?
What $8? I'm talking about the $18 in this pocketbook.
And I'm talking about the measly $8 salary you're paying.
Oh, that $8. Well, what about it?
You call that a fair salary?
Fair? No, I don't think it's just fair. I think it's very good. Don't you, Laura?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
See, now you go on and leave her alone. You stop coming here.
Oh, I don't know. You can stop me from coming here to the house, but I can still wait for her.
But, Harry, I can't keep giving you money all the time.
Oh, she talked you into that, did she? Well, there's such a thing as laws in this country. I can sue you, lady.
Well, you can't come here to sue Laura anymore. You can't... Sue? Did you say sue?
Yeah, alienating her affection.
Who? Oh, Harry, why don't you leave me alone?
Yes, you leave her alone. Haven't you got any other place to go?
Yeah, I got someplace to go. I was just telling Laura this morning. I got someplace else to go.
Oh, not there, Harry. I couldn't give you the money to go.
Where? Where does he want to go?
Out west.
Out west? Where's that?
Out west, that's where. There's a bus leaving this morning.
Harry, you can't have that money.
Okay, then I stay here.
What money? What are you two talking about?
He wanted to take that $18 and take a bus and go out west. That's when I took the pocketbook and put it in my apron.
Yeah, I could have been on my way already.
I wouldn't give it to him, ma'am. I didn't mind so much the little money, like when I had change left over.
Oh, so that's where my money's been going.
Yes, ma'am. I might as well confess, ma'am.
Oh, well, don't cry, Laura.
But I don't want to lose my job, ma'am.
Oh, you won't lose your job. It's his fault. Now, go away.
Oh, I'm willing to go away.
Well, why don't you?
If I had $18, I could just make it.
You mean if I gave you this $18, you'd go away and leave us alone?
Sure.
All right, here, take it. And don't you ever darken our back door step again.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Here's $18. This is going to upset my budget book again.
Oh, just charge it up to experience.
Experience?
Well, so long, babe. I just have time to make that budget if I hurry. Hey, you're going to give your old boyfriend a goodbye kiss?
No, I won't.
Oh, come on,
No,
babe.
I won't.
Just for old time's sake? Come on.
No, I won't, Harry. Now you leave me alone.
Oh, come on, babe.
No, I won't. Oh, go on, babe. Kiss him and let him go. Well, if you say so, ma'am.
Thanks, lady.
You're welcome.
So long, Laura. Gonna miss me?
Goodbye, Harry. And don't you come back here again. If you do...
Don't worry about that. I won't be coming back to this forsaken town. Well, so long.
Goodbye, Harry. Oh, don't cry over him, Laura.
I can't help it, ma'am. I've been going steady with him for 2 months. He used to love me.
Oh, he just loved you for my money.
Well, I guess he did. I didn't think so until he gave him that $18 and he took it.
$18, and I was just doing so well with my budget, too. Now I have to write that down. Mr. Ace is certainly going to be mad when he sees this. What did he say I should charge this up to?
Experience, ma'am.
Oh, yes. I'll better write that down in this book. Now, let me see. That's under outgo. $18 I have to spend.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Well, there's no use crying over spoiled milk. Experience. $18. There. Now I haven't got any profit this week. I'm going to have another loss. Well, let me see. I was $5 ahead. Now I'm 5 from 18. $13 loss again. It always comes out $13 loss. This is getting monotonous.
Another $13 loss. Well, Jane's consistent, if nothing else. Just what Mr. Ace has to say about it and what plans Jane makes to balance her budget, we'll learn when next we meet the Easy Ace.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Sun Will Be Up in the Morning. Today, ladies and gentlemen, the word Jell-O means more than it ever did before. Today, it not only stands for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, it also means Jell-O puddings, those 3 swell, ready-prepared puddings that have now been added to the popular Jell-O family. Both Jell-O and Jell-O puddings are unsurpassed for rich, tempting flavor. Both are easy and inexpensive to serve and delightfully good. And both bear that famous name, Jell-O, a name that stands for tops in quality, a name that spells extra enjoyment and complete satisfaction. As you know, Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. So be sure to mention it whenever you ask the grocer for Jell-O puddings or any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And by the way, if you haven't enjoyed strawberry or raspberry Jell-O recently, do so real soon. Because now they taste better than ever. Each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that's what gives those 2 popular flavors that rich, distinctive Jell-O goodness, the goodness that made Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. The Sun Will Be Up in the Morning, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the hottest week of the year in Southern California, we bring you a man who can hardly stand it in his long underwear, Jack Benny.
Thank you. It itches. Jello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, let me tell you about my underwear. I don't care what the thermometer says. I'm strictly a calendar man. When the swallows return to Capistrano, my longies come back to me. But you're right, Don. It has been a terribly hot week.
Why, in the valley where I live, it was sweltering.
Well, everybody's been complaining about the heat in Beverly Hills, too. Although, when I woke up yesterday morning, there was a little red man with a tail and a pitchfork sitting at the foot of my bed, and he said, "This is nothing, buddy." I didn't like him calling me buddy. Anyway, this has really been torrid weather.
Well, Jack, the only thing to do when it's like this is just sit back and take it easy.
Take it easy? Why, Don, this is the busiest week I've ever had. And you know what my schedule was today, don't you?
No, what?
Well, at 4 o'clock, I did our first Jell-O broadcast. Then I had to rush over and do the Screen Guild program. Then home to dinner. Then back here to do this repeat Jell-O show. And immediately afterwards, I've got to do the second program for the Guild.
My goodness.
And at 11 o'clock, I've got to MC the opening of that new chili bowl in Tarzana. I tell you, Don, if it wasn't for vitamin B1 and the cigarettes Phil's drummer gives me, I doubt that I'd be able to carry on. No, really, Don, I'm not kidding, that vitamin B1 sure helps.
Vitamin B1, well, do those pills really help you, Jack?
Oh, they're marvelous, and how they pep you up. Why, Don, you remember how I used to walk in my sleep night after night?
I sure do.
Well, now I run like a deer. And, Don, I owe it all to vitamin B.
Oh, Jack, you and your pills.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Pills to go to sleep, pills to wake up, vitamin D, throat gargle, cough syrup.
All right.
Your bathroom looks like a sale at Sontag's.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. All the stuff I've got in my medicine chest, I have good use for.
Oh, sure. Why, Don, he's got everything from corn plasters to toothache drops.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Your teeth will never ache again, brother.
Now, listen, Mary, there's no use being silly, and you can stop with those gags, because I haven't got false teeth.
Then why is it you never let people clap you on the back?
Because I'm tender, that's why. To hear you talk, you'd think I... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Boy, have I got a pip for you.
I'll bet.
Get a load of this one. I made it up myself. What's, this'll kill you, Jackson.
All right, get to it.
What's a twack?
A twack? I don't know, Phil. What's a twack?
It's something a twain one's on. I'm hotter than the weather tonight, folks.
It's too hot for that kind of stuff, if that's what you mean.
Say, Jackson, wasn't that a scorcher this week, though?
Sure was. Why, in Beverly Hills, it was just like an oven.
Well, you live close to Santa Monica. Why didn't you go down to the beach?
Oh, I was too busy.
Yeah, Jack had to stay home and take care of his lemonade stand.
It's not my lemonade stand. A couple of children came to the door and asked if they could sell lemonade on my front lawn. What do you expect me to do, turn those little kids down?
No, but you didn't have to make them sign a 99-year lease.
Oh, quiet. Now, Mary, I've got a very tough schedule today with all my broadcasts, so don't annoy me.
Oh, that's right, Jackson. I read where you're doing the Screen Guild show today, too. Kind of a tough grind, ain't it?
You said it. If it wasn't for vitamin B1.
Don't listen to him, Phil. He's got a pill for everything and all kinds of medicine.
All right.
Jack thinks there's always something the matter with him.
Oh, a hypodermiac, eh?
Hypodermiac? That's hypochondriac, and I'm nothing of the kind. I just believe in taking precautions. Well, I go to a doctor twice a month for a checkup, whether I feel bad or not.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Oh, yeah?
Now, take me. I've never been to a doctor in my life.
Well, don't go, brother. You've got a shock coming. No kidding, Phil. No, Phil, really, did you ever take a good look at yourself in a mirror?
Yes, and I'm gorgeous.
Well, I should have had my head examined for asking that one.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Here comes anemic on the outside.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dennis. How do you feel?
I'm fine, thank you. Say, Mr. Benny. Have you heard this one that's going around? What's a twack?
Oh, you too, eh? All right, Dennis. What's a twack?
Mr. Harris won't tell me. Must be risque.
Well, he told me that bright answer, so for your information, Dennis, a twack is something a train runs on.
That's Twain! You ruined my gag.
All right, Phil, I ruined it. I'm sorry. Say, Dennis, I meant to ask you, you didn't forget to go down and register last Wednesday, did you?
No, I was there, but I don't get it, Mr. Benny. What's it for?
What's it for? Dennis, you signed up for conscription in a national emergency. If you're drafted, you get a year's training, your room and board, and $21 a month.
$21 a month?
Yes, sir.
I'll take it up with my manager.
Your manager has nothing to do with this. Say, Phil, you registered, didn't you?
Yeah, and so did all the boys in my band.
That's swell.
That is, everybody but my guitar player.
Oh. Why, is he over 35?
No, he made up that joke about the twack.
Well, they won't take him because that automatically makes him a moron. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
We're about ready for a song. Have you got something nice prepared for us?
Yeah, I'm going to sing Trade Wind.
That's Trade Wind. Stay away from Harris. Sing, kid. Phil, why don't you buy a new joke book?
From the sea, oh, trade wind, can you blow love back to me? Down where the trade winds play, down where you lose a day. We found a new world where paradise starts. We traded fast way down where the trade winds play. Music was everywhere. Flowers were in her hair. Under an awning of silvery boughs, we traded vows the night that I sailed away. Oh, trade wind, what of all that love has made? Oh, trade wind, are they I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, it won't be the same. She traded her name way down where the
that was Trade Wind, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was terrific.
Thank you.
Your voice positively thrilled me. All right, Don. Don.
Oh, Jack, it's so ridiculous.
Don, Dennis's voice positively thrilled me.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you wander your neighborhood grocer, be sure to ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing jello.
Jello, that's right.
It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 60 wishes flavors.
Swing it, kid.
So always look for the big red letters on the box. They spell jello. Jewawo.
There.
Darn you, Jack Benny.
Now, Don, that was a real cute idea of mine. And I'll tell you one thing. Anytime you get a novelty and you don't take advantage of it... Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay.
And you don't take advantage of it, you're silly.
Hello? Yes? Yes, Mr. Sanders, he's right here. For you, Jack. Mark Sanders at Paramount.
Oh, my director. Having a little more trouble with him. Hello? Yes, Mr. Sandridge. Well, now, look, we've been all through that before, and I don't want to be stubborn, but my name has got to be first on the screen. I don't care what that worm said. He's in New York, and I'm here. Take care of the local boy. Now, look, Mr. Sanders, that's my ultimatum. So think it over. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, it's that picture I just finished with Fred Allen. Allen wants his name first.
Quite a ham, huh?
Quite a ham? Don, you don't know what that guy Allen went through to try and be better than I am in the picture. Why, he studied his lines all night long. He hired 4 or 5 extra writers. He took dramatic lessons. Why, he even bribed the cameraman to try and make him look better than me on the screen. And for what? A lot of good it did him.
Yeah, if he thinks he's going to steal that picture from Rochester, he's nuts.
I'm not going to steal it from anybody. You know what burns me up? I give the best years of my life to Paramount.
Incidentally, Jack, I do the Maxwell House program with Mary Martin, your leading lady in the picture, and she had a lot of nice things to say about you.
Oh. Well, Mary is an awfully sweet girl, and she's swell to work with.
Thanks.
I don't mean you. I'm talking about Mary Martin. You know, she's from Weatherford, Texas. Are you acquainted with Miss Martin, Phil?
Jackson, there ain't a gal in, from, or passing through that state I don't know.
The only one you know is Galveston Gertie. Always bragging, huh?
Say, Mr. Benny,
What?
I've never been in Texas. Are the girls really so beautiful down there?
Yes, they are, Dennis, and there are thousands of them. Each one prettier than the other.
Then why do cowboys always sing such lonesome songs?
They're trying to fool us, Dennis. They don't want any competition. But getting back to Mary Martin, I really made an impression on that girl. Why, do you know in the picture she sings a chorus of My Heart Belongs to Daddy, and she sings it right to me. See, I love that part where she looks at me and goes, Dad, 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 Dad.
She hates to say it, huh?
Go on, she loves it. Well, anyways, you'll see it on the screen. Say, Phil, I don't want to give away any more of the plot, so how about ripping through a band number in your own inimitable Thank Heaven style?
Okay, Jackson, we're going to play a...
Who cares? Play. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I listened to your program last Sunday, and I resent all the slurs cast upon my name.
Slurs? Who are you?
Puerile J. Banal. Goodbye.
I bet I know what that J stands for. Play, Phil. That was The World Is in My Arms, played by Phil Harris and his Gypsy Orchestra. Gypsy meaning, if he calls that an orchestra, it's a gypsy. That's almost as bad as the twain on the twack, isn't it, Phil?
That's nothing. That's a Lulu.
Oh, fine.
How much you want for that gag, Jackson?
Oh, Phil, I couldn't sell it.
I could.
I said sell. You can have the gag for nothing, Phil. Say, Don, as I told you before, I've got to rush over and do that Screen Guild broadcast, so maybe I better run along now and get everything set.
Are you directing it?
No, Ernst Lubitsch will be there, but I'm doing a dramatic play with Claudette Colbert, Basil Rathbone, and Edward Arnold.
You're in pretty fast company, ain't you, Joe?
Tune in, Mo, and you'll find out. Well, I'm going to run along, Don. Rochester's waiting downstairs for me in the Maxwell.
The Maxwell? I thought you traded that car in last week.
Well, I intended to, Phil, but I decided to wait.
Tell him what really happened.
Never mind.
What was it, Barry?
Well...
Look, I'm very busy. If you think I'm going to hang around and hear you run down my car again, you're crazy. Goodbye.
So long, Jack.
Gee, that guy's burned up. What happened, Mary?
Well, it was this way. I was over to Jack's house last Monday, and I finally persuaded him to trade in the Maxwell.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, after a long argument, we got in the car and started toward Hollywood. And all the way over, Jack kept changing his mind.
Rochester, take it easy.
Okay, boss.
You know, I hate to trade this car in, Mary.
Now, don't back out. Say, Jack, what kind of allowance do you think they'll give you on the Maxwell?
Well, if I can get $700, no, really, I'll be happy.
$700?
Yes, this car's got a lot of extras on it. Seat covers, radio, cigarette lighter.
Don't forget the angle. We ain't got no brakes.
The brakes are all right.
Boy, what a rattletrap.
It's not a rattletrap.
Miss Livingston's right, boss. This car vibrates so much I can't keep my socks up.
Your socks?
All right, our socks.
That's more like it, and stay out of them.
Say, Jack.
What?
Which one of the new models are you going to look at?
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I can't make up my mind whether to get a Rio or a Chandler.
A Rio or a Chandler?
Yes.
Say, Jack, did you read the news?
What news?
Queen Isabella's that way about Columbus.
Now, cut that out. Don't be funny.
Why, Jack, they haven't made a Rio or a Chandler in years.
They haven't?
I told him that till I was black in the face.
Well, I'll find a good car. Now, Rochester, turn down here on Hollywood Boulevard. We'll come to Automobile Row.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Now what?
I should have stopped there.
Well, you're just lucky that a policeman... Oh, fine. Stop the car, Rochester. I knew this would happen.
Is that a policeman coming toward us?
It ain't an usher from the Pantages. Now, let me do the talking, Rochester.
What can you say without your riders?
I'll get by, don't worry. Oh, good morning, officer.
Hey, don't you know it's against the law to turn left on a red light?
Yes, but...
I'm going to give you a nice little ticket.
But, officer, I came to Hollywood to trade in my car.
This car?
Yes.
Well, you haven't got a minute to lose. Drive on, buddy.
Thanks. Go ahead, Rochester. Wise guy. Got a good mind to go back and tell that cop a thing or two. Now, Rochester, there's the Packard agency over on your left.
Well, we can go right by there.
Now, wait a minute. Pull into the service entrance.
Why, boss, are you thinking about buying a new Packard?
I certainly am.
There's vitamin D for you.
It's not the pills. I just feel like buying a Packard. Stop the car. Come on, Mary. You too, Rochester. I want you to help me pick one out and get a good trade.
Okay.
Rochester, put that door back on. Quick, quick, before the man comes. Quick, quick, quick! There. Come on, let's go in the showroom. Wow, look at these beautiful new cars.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm in the market for a car.
Phaeton, Peyton, or Schmayeton?
Well, I'm really, I'm really interested in a convertible coupe.
I see. Right over here is our 1941 model. It has the automatic top.
Oh, yes.
You just press a button and the top goes up and down.
Well. What are you laughing at?
Your top does that without a button.
Oh, no, it isn't. Now, mister, I'm very much interested in the convertible. That is, if we can get together on a trade.
I see. Well, what year car are you driving now? Is it a 1940?
No.
1939?
No.
1938?
No.
1937?
I'm going out to eat. This will take all day.
Rochester. As a matter of fact, mister, it's a 1921 Maxwell.
I beg your pardon?
I said it's a Maxwell.
Is that a Swiss movement?
No, it's a Maxwell car, and it's in excellent condition.
Well, I'll have to have it appraised. Oh, Mr. Vandermeer.
Yeah, Mr. Collins?
Will you go outside and appraise this gentleman's car? It's a
It's a Maxwell. You can't miss it. It says, "Beat me, Daddy, 8 to the bar." Now, please, I'm in a hurry.
Okay.
The car is really in swell shape, Mr. Collins. It's always been chauffeur-driven.
What's the mileage on it?
Well, the speedometer says 12,000 miles.
You can't go by that, boss. When the speedometer reads 50, we're going 30 miles an hour.
Rochester.
And when it reads 60, it's 2:30.
Rochester, there's no time to be flippant. Well, Mr. Collins, how much will this Packard cost me?
Well, of course, that depends on how much we can allow you on your old car. Here comes Mr. Vandermeer now.
Good.
Oh, Mr. Vandermeer, did you look over this gentleman's car?
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you think?
I didn't like it!
Now, wait a minute. Don't be too hasty. Did you crawl under my car and take a good look?
Not me. I got a wife and kids.
Not so dangerous. Now, Mr. Collins, I think my Maxwell is worth $700.
And he doesn't drink.
Quiet. Now, what do you think, Mr. Collins?
Well, the best I can possibly offer you on such an old car is $40.
$40?
Now, Jack, don't argue about it. You're getting a break, believe me.
Well, what do you think, Rochester? Is $40 fair?
Boss, that's fair, just, unbiased, liberal, generous, and hand me a dictionary.
Oh, all right. I'll get my checkbook. How much do I owe you, Mr. Collins?
Let me see. With all the standard accessories, less your $40 allowance, that comes to $1,450.
$1,450, eh? Okay, I'll make out the check. Packard Motor Company, $1,400.
Hey, what'll I do with the old Maxwell, Mr. Collins?
Nothing you can do. Just take it out and junk it.
And 50... Junk it? What did you say about the Maxwell, Mr. Collins?
I said we'll have to junk it.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Collins. That car's got a lot of life in it yet.
Oh, make out the check, Jack.
Mary, he can't take that little old Maxwell out and junk it. Just throw it on a pile of old scrap and metal.
Oh, Jack.
No, he can't do it.
Now, Mr. Benny, I didn't mean to...
I don't care what you meant, Mr. Collins. I heard you tell that man to junk my car. Well, I won't stand for it, you hear? I won't stand for it.
What are you going to do, boss?
We're getting in that Maxwell, Rochester, and we're going home. I'm sorry, Mr. Collins. The deal is off. Come on, Mary. Junk my little Maxwell. Must have been mad to even think of parting with it. Get in the car, Mary.
Okay.
All right, Rochester, let's go.
Yes, boss.
Oh, boy, listen to that motor purr. I should have had my head examined for wanting to trade in little Maxie.
There goes the tire, boss.
Doggone it, that's the third one this week. Trouble, nothing but trouble with this piece of junk. Someday I'm going to trade it in.
Friends, how would you like to plan and prepare almost 1,100 meals a year? Well, if you're the average housewife, that's exactly what you do. No doubt about it, thinking up new ideas for that many menus is no small job. So just to help out a bit, we'd like to pass along a quick, easy suggestion for tomorrow's dessert. It's called Cardinal Pear Mold, and it's a combination of delicious pears and bright red cherry Jell-O. Better yet, it's as simple as it is satisfying. To make it, just prepare 1 package of cherry Jell-O, as you usually do, and add 1/8 teaspoon of powdered ginger. Then mold, and before serving, garnish with sections of fresh or canned pears. The result is a bang-up good dessert, one that everybody will like, and one that costs almost nothing to make in the way of effort or expense. So for tomorrow night's dinner, try this brand new Jell-O idea, Cardinal Pear Mold, a vivid blend of sweet, juicy pears and rich crimson cherry Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 3rd program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Hey, Mary, let's go home and hear Jack's Screen Guild show.
Did he say he's going to do a dramatic sketch with Claudette Colbert?
Yeah, what does he want anyway? Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. All 3 sizes now selling at lowest prices in history. Ask your grocer about his new low prices. Remember, same luscious log cabin syrup. Same high quality, same mellow flavor. Only the price has changed. Tomorrow, buy log cabin syrup at the new low price. The lowest ever. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Just Like Taking Candy from a Baby. Summer may come, ladies and gentlemen, and summer may go, taking with it so many of the ripe summer fruits we all enjoy. And it's a mighty comforting thought to know that you can recapture all the grand goodness of this luscious fruit any time you want, simply by making a glistening mold of delicious Jell-O. One taste of this swell dessert, and suddenly you're right back in the middle of June, thrilling again to the fresh, tantalizing flavor of fruits and berries still warm with the summer sun. For Jell-O brings you a delightful memory of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. An enticing flavor that has made Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. So try a rich Jell-O treat real soon, using perhaps strawberry or raspberry Jell-O. Each of these tasty Jell-O desserts has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that's the secret of their distinctive flavor. Get strawberry and raspberry Jell-O tomorrow, and at the same time, ask for those new Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are made by the makers of Jell-O, so you know they're good. Just Like Taking Candy from a Baby, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our modest, unassuming master of ceremonies, a man who is never too busy to say hello.
Hello.
Jack Benny.
Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very sweet introduction. Never too busy to say hello. But I really don't deserve it.
Oh, yes, you do, Jack.
Do I?
Why, certainly. Whether it's the humble newsboy on the corner, or a taxi driver, or an urchin with a shoeshine box, Jack Benny always stops. And a smile steals across his face as he says, "Hiya, pal."
How are things going? Oh, pardon me, Don. I was carried away. But let me ask you something, Don. Why shouldn't I go out of my way to be courteous and friendly? We're all human beings. We're all people. Say, after all, what am I?
You know what I said at rehearsal?
Hell. I'm not talking to you. Anyway, Don, I'm just the down-to-earth type that gets along with everybody. You know the little old lady that sells flowers right outside the studio?
You mean the one on the corner here?
Yeah. See, I'd stop and talk to her now every Sunday for 3 years. Hello, little lady, I say.
And she says, I told you 1,000 times I'm not going out with you.
Phil, if you can't be sentimental, stay out of this. You know, Don, whenever I pass this little flower lady, a tear comes to my eye. And I can't help but think that she's somebody's mother.
Yes, and perhaps that somebody could well afford to take care of her.
You're probably right, Don. Gee, I wonder whose mother she is anyway.
She's mine.
Now cut that out! You're lying, Phil, because I happen to know that your mother is cigarette girl at the Wilshire Bowl. Cigars, cigarettes, and homemade jelly. So pipe down.
Well, you wouldn't get away with this mushy stuff if Mary was here.
Oh, yes, I would.
By the way, Jack, how is Mary? Is she feeling better?
Well, she had a pretty bad cold, Don, but she's much improved. She'll be with us next Sunday.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, glad the kid's feeling better.
Thanks. Of course, it'll be kind of tough doing comedy tonight without her.
Don't worry, Jackson. I'm here, ain't I? I can get them belly laughs.
Well, just be grateful, Phil, that you get good lines.
It ain't the material, Jackson. It's my personality. It's how I stock it over.
Oh, brother. Phil, you really think you're the funniest guy in the whole world, don't you?
What a spot. If I say yes, I'm a ham. If I say no, I'm a liar.
You're both if I ever saw one. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How would you like a great big part tonight with funny gags and everything?
Oh, boy, that'll be swell.
All right, you can read Mary's lines. Tonight you're going to be the girl on the program.
Nothing doing. I'm no sissy.
Dennis, the program is written and you've got to take Mary's place. You're the only one in the show with a high voice.
Who, me?
Dennis. Now remember, you're Mary, so go outside and come back when you're supposed to.
Okay, but I'll be chewing tobacco.
You better not. That kid's getting too smart.
Well, look, Jackson, why don't you let me play Mary's part? I got beautiful hair and rosy cheeks.
Oh, fine. He's got a few broken veins there, and he calls it rosy cheeks. We'll manage without you, Phyllis. Well, let's get on with the show. Say, Don, Mary seems to be a little bit late today. I wonder where she is.
Mary? I saw her out in the hall just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you know, Don, she's so excited. She's been shopping all week, and she's... Oh, here she comes now. Hello, Mary. I said, hello, Mary.
Hello.
Gee, you look cute in that fall outfit. That's a new dress, isn't it?
Yeah, I got it at Magnum's. Isn't it a dream?
Oh, it's beautiful. But it's cut a little low there in front, isn't it?
On me, it don't make any difference.
Dennis, read the lines that are in the script.
Well, you're not going to make a monkey out of me.
I'm not trying to make a monkey out of you, Dennis. It's just an emergency. If you don't want to read Mary's lines, all right.
Well, I don't.
All right. Just puts us in a spot, that's all. It's a fine program without a girl on it. Gee, there must be some way to work this out. I wonder who we can get.
I'll help you, kid.
Well.
I am the Blue Fairy.
Well, that's a very sweet offer, Blue Fairy, but I'm afraid you won't do. You're too fat for Miss Livingston.
Oh. Well, if Don Wilson ever gets sick, let me know.
We will. We will, yeah.
And now I will fly away, back to my home in the clouds. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Give me a push, will you?
Okay. Gee, look at her go. Out the window. Over Vine Street. Over Beverly Boulevard. Over the La Brea Pit. away, Phil, and get us out of this fantastic mood. That's for Me, played by Phil Harris and his Waldorf Astoria Ensemble. Waldorf Astoria meaning they couldn't get in there if they were delivering the meat. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. After that violin solo you played with us a couple of weeks ago, I wouldn't say anything derogatory about my band.
Derogatory? Well, I'll be...
What's the matter? Ain't it right?
Sure it's right. But, Phil, where'd you ever learn the word derogatory?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know, I don't start working at the Vault until 9 o'clock, so I've been going to night school.
Oh, well, did you hear that, Don? Phil goes to night school.
Well, congratulations, Phil. How are you getting along?
Very good, very good. So you guys don't have to get derogatory.
All right, we heard that already. What else did you learn?
Oh, plenty of stuff. Come on, ask me something. Ask me anything.
Oh, quiet.
Come on, ask me who invented the cotton gin.
All right, Phil. Who invented the cotton gin?
Eli Whitney.
Well.
And with the steamboat, it was Fulton.
Why, Phil, you're terrific.
Hey, Don, here's another one. What does 1492 mean to you?
I don't know, Phil. What does it mean to you?
Columbus.
Gee whiz.
You know, the world's round, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I've heard everything. Congratulations, Phil. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
The Mississippi is the longest river in the USA.
Phil, will you stop showing off? I knew about the Mississippi when I was in the 5th grade.
Well, I'm only in the 3rd, so I got you beat.
All right, you got me beat.
Hey, Don, ask me something, Don, ask me something about the Revolutionary War. Like, when was it or something?
Phil, please.
All right, Phil, when was the Revolutionary War?
1776.
Well, I'll be darned.
Not bad, eh?
That's very good, Phil. Now, who won the Revolutionary War?
That's coming up Wednesday.
Gee, I'll bet you can hardly wait. Now, look, Phil, we're all very happy to know that you're trying to improve what mentality you have. But there are more important things to talk about, aren't there, Don?
Yes, there are, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, night school is one of the greatest institutions that flourish in this country today.
What?
It gives thousands of people the opportunity to improve themselves in the field of education.
What's that for?
So, if you're one of the many who attend night school, instead of bringing an apple to the teacher, why not bring her a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O?
Well, it's about time.
It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
And I'm just the guy that can spell it. Jello.
Phil, you're positively brilliant. If you weren't such a bum, you could become president.
B-U-M, bum.
Phil! And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from night school to our feature attraction of the evening, this being the height of the football season, tonight we are going to offer our annual Gridiron Classic entitled Hold That Line. Or, one moment, please. Now, once again, I will play the part of Coach Flash Benny of Flatfoot College. Now, Phil, you, Don, and Dennis will be the players. And your orchestra boys can be the cheering section.
Well, why don't you use some of my boys on the team? They're all athletes.
Phil, shooting pool and pulling corks are not considered American sports. They'll stay in the cheering section.
Wait till you hear their cheers.
Phil, if I hear one bird that isn't a swallow returning to Capistrano, watch out. Now, let's see. We're still short of actors, so I sent for Rochester. Where is he?
There he is, Jack, talking to Dennis Day.
Oh, that's right. Hey, Rochester.
Yes, please?
Now, Rochester, we're short of actors tonight, so I want you to play a part in our football sketch.
Okay, give me the ball.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to play on the team. You're going to be the water boy.
That's a little bit derogatory, ain't it?
Don't argue. Here's your bucket. You've got a very important part.
Important?
Yes.
Boss, the only man that ever got famous with a bucket was Old Man Mose.
Never mind.
And he had to kick it.
Now, Rochester, look at it this way. Who's one of the most valuable members of a football squad? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
Whenever a player is injured, who rushes out with a cold drink for him? The water boy.
Uh-huh.
And whenever a sensational play is made and the crowd stands up and cheers, who are they cheering?
Okay, give me the bucket.
And now that we're all set, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. What's it going to be, Dennis?
Well, Mr. Benny, this being Navy Day, I'm going to sing a special arrangement of a brand new number called He's My Uncle.
Swell, go ahead.
Hey, Jackson, I just thought of something. We still haven't got enough actors for a football team.
Gee, that's right. Well, we'll just have to get along, Phil. What else can we do?
I'm available, kid.
Now, look, Blue Fairy, I'm afraid you can't help us.
All right, then I'll fly away. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ah, there she goes. Out the window. Back to the fleecy cloud. Back to the sky of gossamer blue. Back to the Plaza Hotel. Sing, Dennis.
Who's that grand old guy with a hat so high? You all know him, so hello him when you catch his eye. He's my uncle. I'm his nephew. I'm as proud as I can be. And the sisters and the brothers and the cousins by the dozens share that pride with me. For my uncle envies no one, and there's no one he provokes. And the sisters and the brothers and the cousins by the dozens, we're his kind of folks. That spry old chap never picks a scrap, but he's won all he's had. And furthermore, I feel sorry for any big bully that gets him mad. He's my uncle. I'm his nephew. I'm as proud as I can be. And the sisters and the brothers and the cousins by the dozens, we're proud of Uncle Sam. He never tries scaring little guys or brags of whom he'll trim. He's peaceful, yet people can't forget no one was ever too tough for him. He's my uncle. I'm his nephew. And this mighty power hand. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens, we're proud of Uncle Sam. We're proud of Uncle Sam.
Very good. That was He's My Uncle, written by Lou Pollard and sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, that was a swell number. I like the thought of it.
Me, too.
There's nothing like a patriotic song. Yes, sir.
Hey, Jackson, you know who made the first American flag? Betsy Ross.
I know, Phil.
With a steamboat, it was Fulton.
All right, you told us that. Sit down, genius.
Okay.
Betsy Ross made the first American flag. It certainly is a secret. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our rough and tumble football play entitled Kicked in the Bridgework, or I'll Never Smile Again. The scene is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of Puerile, Indiana, which is just 3 miles north of Bano. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. As the curtain rises, Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. We're in a tough spot. The last half is about to start, and we're behind 98-7. But we still got a chance to beat them. The game isn't over yet. Let's hear some of that Flatfoot spirit. That's the stuff. Now, I want you to go in there this last half and fight. You understand? Fight. What are we, men or mice?
Give me a tail and call me Mickey.
I'll give you a Mickey. Now, listen, men. In the first half, Meatball had things their own way. But in this next half, Flatfoot's going to walk all over Meatball.
Sounds messy, doesn't it?
And you, Harris, you're supposed to be a football player, an All-American. Why, during the first quarter, you played like a dope. D-O-P, dope. You spelled dop, dope. And you, Wilson, you're as bad as the rest of these lugs.
Why, what are you talking about, Coach? I recovered 5 times on fumbles.
Yeah, but every time you fell on the ball, we had to get a new one. Now, take it easy.
Okay. Pass the fudge, Phil.
Lay off the candy, Wilson. Your stomach is over the goal line when you still have 5 yards to go. Now, put down that fudge.
A little fudge won't hurt.
Oh, so you're butting in, you imbecile, the way you play football.
Now, Coach.
You run around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Now, Coach.
Every time you got the ball, you ran the wrong way.
Well, turn my head around and let's get going.
Get out of here. Now, listen, men, in this next half, I want you all to... Hey, water boy, what are you putting in that bucket?
A little lemon juice, that's all.
Lemon juice, eh? Lemon juice in the water.
Yeah, that goes with the sugar.
Oh, lemon juice and sugar. I suppose that's lemonade.
Lemonade, that's it.
I see. You didn't put anything else in the bucket, did you?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me have a glass of that lemonade.
Don't take more than one.
I thought so. Lemon juice, sugar, cracked eye. Rochester, are you mixing Tom Collinses in that bucket?
It ain't pancake batter.
Well, throw it away. Pour it out the window.
Okay, that grass is sure going to grow out there.
Never mind about the grass. Now, men, it's almost time for the second half, and we're going to win.
Didn't count on us, Coach.
I'm not counting on any one of you. I got a new player coming into the game, and he'll show you what football really is. I've heard a lot about this boy, and they tell me he's a sensation.
A new player, huh?
Yeah. Come on in, Butch.
Hello, Slenzer.
Well, so you're the sensation, eh?
That's me, Butch Slipperman, the beast of Boyle Heights.
Good. Now, we're depending on you, Slep. Do you think you can win for us?
What is the score now?
98-7.
Who's got the 7?
We have. What do you say, Slep?
You're lucky if you can keep that.
Now, wait a minute. We're depending on you to come through, so don't be so pessimistic. Be cheerful. Be happy.
98-7, and he wants smiling Frankie Gordon.
Never mind. Just get in there and fight, that's all. What position do you play?
I'm a tailor.
All right, you can be left tailor. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play in the game myself this last half, and Flatfoot is going to win, or my name ain't.
All right, folks,
the second half of this thrilling gridiron duel is about to begin. The score is Flatfoot 7, Meatball 132.
132? Why, the rat they've been playing during intermission. Come on, men, we'll show them.
Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
Hi, Apple.
Flash Benny is going into the game himself. What an ovation he gets from the Flatfoot cheering section.
He's never too busy to say hello, to say hello, to say hello. He's never too busy to say hello. Joe, Joe, Joe,
folks, what a crowd is gathered here today. There's the whistle. They're lining up, and Meatball is about to kick off the Flatfoot. There's the kick. It's a beauty. The ball is coming down on the 15-yard line. There goes Harris for it. No, he's headed for the water bucket. What a business Rochester is doing.
I told him to pour that out.
What's this? But Schlepperman, the sensational new player, gets the ball. He's hit hard, and the ball is on Flatfoot's own 10-yard line.
Schlepperman, are you hurt? Schlep, say something.
With the steamboat, it was floating.
He's delirious.
Folks, Schlepperman was knocked out on the first play, and they're carrying him off the field, but that boy is a sensation.
Sensation? Why, he was knocked out in the first play.
He's alive, ain't he?
Never mind. All right, men. We've only got 90 yards to go. I'll carry the ball around left end.
Why don't you run around my end, Flash?
I did that in the last game and wound up in Laguna. Now, come on. Signal. 72. 23. Hey!
And there he goes! Look at that boy run! Look at him go! No wonder they call him Flash! They finally tackle him, folks, and he's down! Then he lost 8 yards on that play!
Darn it. Well, men, I'm afraid it's hopeless. 98 yards to go, and we can't gain an inch. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, here she is again.
Let me carry the ball, kid.
You? Listen, Blue Fairy. Football is a man's game. And those guys will kick you all over the field.
Well, at my age, I can't be choosy.
All right, then. You take Dennis Day's place. Come on, fellas. Line up.
Flatfoot is lining up, folks, but there's been a substitution. Dennis Day has been replaced by the Goodyear Blimp.
That's the Blue Fairy.
Well, how can I tell from here?
All right. All right, Blue Fairy. I'll take the ball and lateral it. The rest is up to you.
Don't worry. I'll beat him, Daddy. 8 to the bar.
Good. Signal. 33. 45. Hey.
Then he receives the ball. He laterals to the Blue Fairy, and she takes off. And she's flying down the field. Listen to that crowd cheer. The Blue Fairy is landing. She's landing over the goal line. And what's this? She carried 21 footballs, folks, making 21 touchdowns simultaneously. And Flatfoot wins 133 to 132. Hey, Rochester, come here with that bucket.
Oh, no, Mr. Announcer, you've had enough.
You said it. Play, Phil.
October, ladies and gentlemen, is the month of apples. Winesaps, Spitzenberg, Baldwin's, McIntosh, and all the rest of those ruddy-cheeked favorites. And just to celebrate the occasion, here we come with a grand Jell-O and apple dessert. It's really something special, a swell autumn day treat, and you can have it all ready and on the table in no time at all. Simply make up a package of lemon Jell-O according to the directions on the box. Chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 medium red apple cubed. Then mold and serve as a bright, tangy dessert or salad. The tempting flavor of this delicious combination is something you just have to taste yourself to appreciate. So tomorrow for dinner, enjoy this mellow October dessert, crisp, juicy apples embedded in a glistening mold of rich, golden lemon Jell-O.
Yes? Yes? Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mary. Say, did you hear the program? Uh-huh. Well, how'd you like our football sketch? Yes? Mm-hmm. I see. Oh, well, you've got a cold. Good night, Doll. So long, folks.
J-E-L-L.
News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. All 3 sizes now selling at lowest prices in history. Ask your grocer about his new low prices. Remember, same matchless log cabin flavor. So delicious with piping hot pancakes or waffles. Only the price has changed. Tomorrow, buy log cabin syrup at the new low price. The lowest ever. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Rose Marie, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
Hi, everybody. This is Phil, and here's a word from RCA Victor.
It's America's smartest television buy. RCA Victor million-proof television in a smart RCA Victor console cabinet. Here is television that's better looking in every way. Every one of these superb models brings you world-famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Quality proven in over 2 million homes. Television with such exclusive RCA Victor features as the Eyewitness Picture Synchronizer and RCA Victor's Golden Throat Tone System. And every one is a masterpiece of fine cabinetry, too. There are period models like the Regency and the Rutland and the Hillsdale. Classic models with the dignified simplicity of the Provincial. Clean-line functional beauties like the Modern on a swivel base. You'll be proud to have one of these console cabinet beauties in your home. So step into your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow and pick out your RCA Victor television console. You'll agree, RCA Victor million-proof television in a console cabinet is America's smartest television. Better looking in every way. Mr. Scott, the sponsor, has arranged a big Mother's Day party today for the employees of the RCA Victor Company. Alice and Phil and their mothers have been invited.
You know, Alice, I think it's swell of Mr. Scott to have a party for all of us and our mothers.
Yes. And you know, Mr. Scott is offering a prize for the mother who is the best cook and one for the prettiest mother. I'm sure my mom will win the prettiest mother contest.
Silly girl. When it comes to looks, my mom is known as the middle-aged Ava Gardner.
Well, that's a novelty. A middle-aged man with a middle-aged mother. Well, I know my mother will win it, but if you don't believe me, ask anybody. Like my brother Willie. Oh, Willie? Willie, whose mother is prettier, ours or Phil's?
I think Philip's mother is prettier.
Willie, how can you pick his mother over ours?
Because Philip gave me $5 to say it, and you didn't offer me a nickel.
I should have known better than to ask you. I'll ask the children. Baby Alice, who do you think is prettier, Grandma Harris or Grandma Faye?
Oh, I think Grandma Harris is prettier.
I'm going to cut this off without a penny. What made you pick Grandma Harris?
Because she looks just like Daddy.
That's a nasty thing to say about your own grandmother.
The trouble with you, Fays, is you're just jealous of the Harris family beauty. It's our Indian blood that gives us our fine classical features of the true early American. Oh, well, it serves me right. Grandmother told me never to marry a pale face.
Your grandmother never liked me.
Well, why should she? You don't make any effort to get along with her.
Now, how can you say that? Once a month I go out to see her at the reservation.
Big thing. She goes to see her at the reservation. But you never hold a conversation with her.
I tried to, but she doesn't understand me.
She would if you took smoke signal lessons like I told you.
Oh, Phil, let's not argue. Both our mothers are pretty. But I'm sure my mother will win the prize for the best cook. Have you ever tried her corned beef and cabbage?
You haven't lived until you've tasted my mother's buffalo meat blintzes. And as for her dried corn popovers, well, they're just... come in.
Hiya, Curly.
Ah, hello, Frankie.
Happy Mother's Day, Alice. I brought you a present.
Oh, thank you, Frankie. What is it?
A greeting card. Go ahead, read it out loud.
Okay. To a sick aunt. Sick aunt?
Well, they're all out of Mother's Day cards. But I like the sentiment of this one. Go ahead, read it.
Okay. It grieves us so to see you ill, lying there so white and still. So get out of bed as soon as you're able. We need the sheet for the dining room table. What kind of a card is that for Mother's Day?
I hope you gave your own mother something nicer than that.
Well, naturally. You see, in my youth, I was a bit of a problem. And as a result of my adolescent escapades, Mother has grown old before her time. But I think the present I gave her today will remedy that.
Oh? What'd you give her?
A gift certificate for a facelifting job.
Oh, what a lovely gift.
Well, if you like it, Alice, I'll get one for you, too.
All right. This boy's always thinking of the welfare of his loved ones. Like last year, the doctor said his grandmother needed some rest and quiet, that she should get away from the hustle and bustle of city life. And you know what Frankie did?
What?
He bought her a due bill for a 2 weeks vacation in a duck blind.
Greater love hath no man.
Say, Frankie, are you taking your mother to the party tonight?
Of course. Who's having a party?
Mr. Scott's having a party for all the employees and their mothers.
And he didn't invite me?
Oh, don't feel bad, Frankie.
Well, it's all right. If he doesn't want me, he doesn't want me. But I'll get even with him. When Mother and me get to his party, we won't talk to him.
Emily, you can't take your mother to a party you haven't been invited to.
I have to. Mom's going to think it's awful funny that the company has a big party and doesn't invite the president and his mother.
Emily, you didn't tell your mother that you're the president of RCA Victor.
Oh, of course not. I couldn't tell her a fib like that.
Thank goodness.
She thinks I'm still president of the Rexall Company. How can Scotty do this to my mother?
All right. Don't get upset, Frankie. It was probably an oversight. He wouldn't do... Wait a minute. Come in. Hey, it's Scotty.
Hello, Mr. Scott.
Hello, Mrs. Harris. Mr. Harris, I was... Oh, hello, Remley.
Don't you talk to me.
Harris, what's bothering Lefty the Lush?
You know what's bothering me. You're having a party tonight. You didn't invite me. Why?
The party is only for employees and their mothers.
Well, I have a mother.
Oh, you're kidding. I'm sorry, Remley, but the thought didn't occur to me that you ever had a mother.
Where'd you think I came from?
I thought you just accumulated like the sediment at the bottom of a beer barrel.
Mr. Scott, you're a nasty old man. But in spite of your nastiness, I want you to know that I hate you.
Frankie, Mr. Scott is a very nice person, and you're the only one I know who hates him.
I am not. Got my mother working on it, too.
Oh, keep quiet. Mrs. Harris, I'm planning a little entertainment tonight. I was wondering if I could get somebody to sing for us.
My mother will be glad to sing.
Your mother sings, Harris?
Oh, sure. You ought to hear Mom's rendition of the thing. In Cherokee.
Well, that's not exactly what I had in mind.
It ain't, huh? Then I'll be glad to sing for you.
That ain't what I had in mind either. Mrs. Harris, I thought perhaps you'd sing.
Oh, I'll be glad to.
What do you want me to do?
You can be one of the judges for the contests, Harris.
Oh, okay.
As you know, I am personally donating all the prizes. I don't like to brag.
Then don't.
What's the first prize, Mr. Scott?
Well, you've seen that beautiful RCA Victor 19-inch television set I have in my home.
You're giving away a television set?
No, but the winner will be allowed to come over to my house and watch a whole Hopalong Cassidy picture free of charge.
Well, I don't think my mother'd be interested in the first prize. She's a Tim McCoy fan. Why stay? Corn Pops. And it really is. Look, Mr. Scott, what would Mom get if she won second prize?
A free ride on a 45 RPM record player.
Bramley, will you please keep out of this?
Not unless you invite me to your party.
All right, you can come.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Scott, is there anything in particular you'd like to have me sing tonight?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that, Mrs. Harris. I wrote a little song that I think might be appropriate for the occasion.
Oh, how nice. What's the name of it?
I call it That RCA Mother of Mine. That's cute, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It has a nice, saleable sentiment to it. I think, though, it should have an arrangement for cash register, don't you? I got an idea, Scotty. Why don't you let Alice and me do a duet?
What duet?
The Letter. It's a record we made for your company. I'll tell you what, we'll sing it for you right now. The record sells for 85 cents. Do you want to pay us now, or would you like to wait until we finish?
I'll wait.
Righto. I had planned to be wed to a redhead named Red, but I had to go away. Now to Red I was true, and I thought she was too, till she wrote me a letter one day, reading,
Dear John, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two, so farewell to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John. In Paris I met a brunette named Yvette. C'est sur la femme, she was my chérie. The wedding was set, but Yvette, I regret, sent the following letter to me, reading,
Dear Jean, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two, so adieu to you, dear Jean.
Dear Jean, dear Jean. I'm in Dublin one day on the loose, and I asked Kitty O'Shea, I said, Kit, would you be my Colleen? A letter she wrote, and inside of her note, sure a shamrock was pressed in between, reading,
Dear John, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two, so farewell to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John. When sweet Leilani showed Hawaii to me, I fell for her native charm. Give me something, said I, to remember you by. So she drew a tattoo on my arm, Boing! Reading,
Dear John, I think the world of you, but I'm in love with someone new. I could marry one, but I can't marry two, so aloha to you, dear John.
Dear John, dear John. But now I got Sal, just a hillbilly gal. She's pretty, she's big, and she's dumb, a buttermilk drinker. She's learned how to fight, but she ain't learned to write, so's, I reckon no letter'll come. Reading,
Dear John, I think the world of you. When I'm in love with someone new, I could marry one, but I can't marry two. So farewell to you, dear John. Dear John, dear John.
What's my name?
Clyde.
That song will be perfect for tonight, Mrs. Harris.
You know something, Scotty? I can't wait for your party tonight. Gee whiz, we ought to have a lot of fun.
Well, I hope the rest of you will, but I don't think it will be a very pleasant occasion for me. You see, my mother isn't coming.
Can't stand the sight of you, huh?
It's not that. Mother lives in the East. She was flying out here for the party, but she was forced down in Chicago.
Her arms get tired?
Will you please keep quiet? It won't be much of a party for me, but I'll make the best of it. Well, I have to be running along. I'll see you all at the party tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Scott.
So long, Scotty.
Oh, Phil, I feel terrible about Mr. Scott. He'll be the only one whose mother isn't here.
Yeah, that's right. And the guy should be near his mother on Mother's Day. I feel sorry for him, too. Don't you, for Emily?
My heart cries for him, dies for him.
All right, never mind.
Curly, maybe we ought to...
Wait a minute, just hold it. Will he come in?
Hi, everybody. Hello, Julius.
Hey, hiya, kid. What you got there?
And as much as this is Mother's Day, I have brought a present for the fairest flower in all the land. Here you are.
Thank you, son. Now you may kiss my cheek. I'll just put these in the
Get
box.
your grubby paws off of them dandelions. They're for Miss Faye.
Oh, it's very sweet of you, Julius, and I love dandelions.
I knew you would. And they're very practical, too. When the bloom is gone, you can make wine out of them.
What are you trying to do, make a wino out of my wife?
What did you get your mother, Julius?
I bought her a crash helmet.
A crash helmet?
Yeah. She's the anchor man for the women's roller derby team. Now, she loves skating. She's always on roller skates.
Don't they get rusty when she takes a bath?
She don't wear them in the house. Except for the time when she lost her skate key. For 2 days, she couldn't get her skates off. Pop almost left her.
Why?
How would you like to wake up in the middle of the night with cold wheels running up and down your...
Has your mother always been a roller skater?
Oh, no, she used to be in vaudeville. She was one of the greatest mimics in the business. Her best imitation is Jimmy Durante.
Say, Julius, maybe you could bring your mother to Mr. Scott's Mother's Day party tonight to entertain.
I'll be glad to. Sounds like it ought to be a lot of fun.
Well, it will be for everybody except Mr. Scott. Poor man. His mother won't be there.
Yeah, and I wish we could help him. It's his party, and he ought to have a mother.
Why don't you call Abby Rents and hire one for me?
Don't be crude.
Say, that gives me an idea. Excuse me, fellas. Hiring a mother isn't such a bad idea. Mr. Scott ought to have a mother this evening, and I'm going to get him one. I'll go over and see Mrs. West. She plays mother roles in pictures, and she'd be perfect. Oh, Phil, I'll be right back.
Okay, honey. Oh, gee whiz, that Scotty should have a mother tonight. I wish I could help him. Hey, excuse me a minute, fellas. If my sponsor needs a mother, I'll hire him one. And I'll get one who looks the part. Now, let's see. Where does a guy go to find a mother who looks like a television set? Hey, Remley.
Huh?
Entertain Julius. I'll be back in a minute.
What do you mean I should entertain him?
You hired a Mac, entertain me. Do some tricks. Walk over some hot coals in your bare feet.
I'll be quiet. I haven't got time now. I got to do something. Excuse me. Scotty was nice enough to invite me to the party, so I'm going to get somebody to play his mother. She ought to resemble Scotty, but where can I find a mother with a mustache and a horrible disposition? No, I won't be vindictive. I'll get him a pretty mother.
Hey, Julius, talk to yourself. I'll be right back.
What kind of a house is this? Everybody goes off and leaves me alone. Gee, it's a shame about Mr. Scott. He ought to have a mother for the party. Hey, I got an idea. Mom, are you home? Hey, Mom! What? Mom, you gotta stop imitating Judy Holliday. You've been talking like that ever since you seen Born yesterday.
All right. What do you want already?
I want you to pretend that you're somebody's mother.
Why do you want me to pretend I'm somebody's mother, Mac?
Stop imitating me. Look, Mom, Mr. Scott's having a party tonight, and his mother won't be there, so I want you to pretend you're her. Can you imitate somebody old?
Of course I can, son. Gentlemen of the jury, don't send this boy to jail.
Not my Look, I want you to give your best imitation tonight.
My best? Well, if that's the one you want, okay.
All right, ladies. Mothers, please, attention. Ladies, please. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all you mothers on this happy occasion. We are going to have some entertainment by the mothers themselves. First of all, Mrs. Remley will deliver a short lecture on the evils of having children. After that, Mrs. Faye will give an impersonation of Rudy Valley singing the Whippin'-Poop song. Following that will be the highlight of the evening. Mrs. Harris will give an exhibition of Indian wrestling.
Not yet, Mom. Keep your blanket on till it's your turn.
Simmer down, please. Quiet. Before the entertainment starts, I'd like to say a few words. You've all noticed the empty chair at my side. It seems that my mother...
Mr. Scott, don't say anything about your mother not being here. I hired an actress to play your mother.
Oh, Mrs. Harris, you shouldn't have...
Oh, it's too late. She's coming in now.
Hello, son.
Hello, Mother.
It's so good to see you, son. Did Alice tell you this is costing you $4 an hour?
It's good to see you, too, Mother. What do you mean, $4 an hour?
Oh, you're looking splendid, son. And stop beefing. I usually get time and a half on Sunday.
Well, sit down next to me, Mother dear. I'll make a flat deal, $8 for the whole evening. Folks, I didn't expect Mother to show up, but she did, and I must say this is a surprise.
Scotty, you don't know it, but you're in for another surprise. I hired a mother for you, too.
You didn't.
Hello, son. Oh, it's so good to see you again.
Lady,
My boy. Folks, I want you to know that I'm so happy to be here with my son, the maker of those wonderful RCA Victor television sets, the set that has a clear, bright, steady picture.
All right, lady, all right.
Let her talk. Please continue, you dear old commercial mother of mine.
Just a moment, Mr. Scott. Do you mean you have two mothers?
Yes, Father was very rich. He overdid everything. Seriously, folks, I don't really have two mothers.
No, you have three, Scotty.
Three?
Scotty, I want you to meet your mother, Bubbles Laverne.
Hello, Sonny boy.
But there are...
Aren't you going to give your mother a great big kiss?
Now, look here, young lady. Oh, Mommy. Come sit on your little boy's lap.
Mr. Scott!
Oh, yes, Mother's Day, yes, sure. Folks, there has been a misunderstanding, but I think this is my last mother.
You want a bet?
Quiet, please. Now, I'd like everybody to join me in singing a little tribute to the one we all love best, our mother. Ready?
Happy Mother's Day to you. Happy Mother's Day to you.
Happy Mother's Day, dear Stop the music. Which one of you is Clyde Scott? Mom, not Durante.
I'm Clyde Scott. Who are you?
I'm your mother. Now, pucker up your lips, Sonny, and give me a kiss.
I don't want to kiss you.
Then sharpen your nose and we'll duel each other. I got a million of them.
Look, lady, I'm loaded with mothers. I don't need you. Go away, please.
To think I'd ever hear this from my boy Umbriaco. All right, I'll go. But remember, who will be with you when I'm far away? When I'm far, let me hear that high note. Who will be with you when I'm far away? Let me hear that high note again. Furthermore, I'm surrounded by a star.
I didn't know Durante was a mother. Folks, this is embarrassing. I realize it's a little unusual for a man to have 4 mothers, but I can explain. You see, my mother was supposed to be here, but her plane was grounded in Chicago, and these people, meaning well, went out and hired...
Hello, son, I'm here.
Oh, no, another one. Now, look, lady, Mother! My real mother. Mom, I thought you weren't coming.
I got another plane out of Chicago, and here I am, son.
Oh, it's so good to see you, Mother. Folks, I want you to meet my real mother.
A likely story. Will you wait for him to applaud for his real mother, please? Of course, I don't believe it myself. Where did he hire? Imagine a guy hiring somebody to play his own mother.
Oh, but gentlemen...
I'm taking my mother out of here. Hold your teepee, Mom.
I'm leaving, too. Come along, Bubbles, dear.
Now, don't everybody go. I tell you, this is my mother. This one isn't a phony. She's the real McCoy. Please come back. Oh, Mama. Everybody's left my party.
Now, don't cry, Clyde. We don't need them. We can have fun ourselves. Tell you what, you can take me where you took me last Mother's Day.
Can I?
Yes, we'll go to your factory and I'll help you polish the 17-inch screens.
Oh, Mama. You and I'll wipe.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Only RCA Victor could bring you an album like this. It's the exciting new album of 6 hit songs and the overture from the latest Rodgers and Hammerstein Broadway success, The King and I. Here are the songs that have taken Broadway by storm, superbly sung by 4 great RCA Victor recording stars, superbly recorded in one spine-tingling album by RCA Victor. To cast this brilliant The King and I album, RCA Victor has picked 4 singing stars such as have never before been assembled between the covers of one album. Think of it. Dinah Shore and Tony Martin from the popular field, Patrice Moncel and Robert Merrill from the operatic field. Only RCA Victor could ever present the marvelous music of The King and I, so expertly cast, so beautifully sung, so superbly recorded in all 3 record speeds. Get The King and I album at your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow.
Folks, you know what traffic accidents are. There's something that happened to other people, but not to you. That's the thinking of the majority of America's drivers, and that's the thinking that causes traffic accidents. Obey the traffic regulations and drive carefully. The care you take may save a life. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Stay tuned for Hedda Hopper on NBC.
Take it or leave it. Time to sharpen your wits with Eversharp. Yes, take it or leave it. Presented by the makers of Eversharp Skyline pens, repeater pencils, desk sets, and Eversharp Red Top lead. Take it or leave it. The most exciting game you ever played. The game that doubles in interest with every question asked. And so, I give you the man with the $64 questions, Eversharp's distinguished master of ceremonies. Here he is, Bill Baker.
Thank you, Ken Niles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to Take It or Leave It, which goes all the way from California, where everything is sunshine, to New York, where everything is dewy. Now, it was quite a turnout election. I walked up to one fella and said, "This is a long line of people for a Hollywood voting booth." He said, "Hollywood voting booth, nothing. This line is from a place in Santa Monica that's got coffee." Yes, indeed, times certainly changed. The expression used to be, "What's cooking?" Now it's "What's freezing?" But let's get on with Take It or Leave It before they put a ceiling on contestants. I just want to remind our guests this evening that should they win any prizes, they may take cash or war-saving stamps. And here is our first contestant, who is Chief Philip Jacobs of the United States Coast Guard. Good evening, Chief Jacobs. You can put your hat down.
Good evening, sir.
Welcome to Take It or Leave It. How are you feeling tonight, sir?
Very fine, thank you.
Is this the first time you've ever been on our program?
It is, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Are you having fun? I mean, do you like appearing on the stage, or is this something old for you? Have you appeared on the stage
Brand
before?
new, first time.
First time?
Yes, sir.
You're not nervous, are you?
Just shaking a little bit.
Shaking a little. Are you having a good time in Hollywood?
Having a fine time, sir.
You seen any movie stars?
Saw plenty of them.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Who was your favorite?
Of the girls?
Of the girls. Yeah.
Dorothy Lamour.
Without a sarong, a man ain't got a friend, I say. Well, I may turn out to be an actor myself. Sam Goldwyn and I were up all last night working on several deals. He snarted me 3 times. What do we talk? Huh?
Must have been Claviage.
No, it was gin rummy. You've heard of gin rummy. Well, what do we talk about tonight, Chief Jacobs? What have you chosen off that board?
Football team.
Football.
Number 6.
Very good. Okay, here we go with football. You're to tell me what college football team is known by each of the following nicknames for $1. Bruins or UClans.
UCLA.
That's correct. You get a buck. I got to stop making these dollar questions so tough. Think you'd like to try another team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for $2. What college football squad is known as the Ramblers or Fighting Irish?
Notre Dame.
That is correct. Yes, sirree. You get $2. Football was a dangerous game when I used to play it. I had to wear a helmet, head guard, nose guard, rib pads, and all that stuff. I never knew when I might faint and fall off the bench. Why, you have $2. Would you like to try for 4?
Yes, sir.
What team is known as Tar Heels?
North Carolina.
Nothing could be finer. Yes, sirree. All right, you have $4. Are you bucking the line for the $8 question or sticking with the Tar Heels and $4? You can take it or leave it.
I'll try again.
Try for 8?
That's right.
You know your football, don't you? I can tell.
Just a little bit, not so much.
Just a little. Okay, for $8. What team is known as Gophers?
Gophers.
No help, please. Take your time.
Wait a minute.
I don't think you know this one.
Minnesota.
All right, you have $8. You're on the 8-yard line. Will you try a quick run to the $16 mark?
Yes,
Stop
sir.
at 8. You
No,
try
I'll
for 16. Here we go. What team is known as the Wolverines?
Wolverines is Wisconsin. Oh.
Take your time now. Wait a minute. Think. Wolverines.
Wait a minute. Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Michigan.
Michigan, yes, sirree. Right with Everstar. Just take it easy, my friend. Now you have $16. What do we do? Would you like to take it or try for 32?
One more time.
One more
Just
time?
one.
What do you think he ought to do, folks? All right, here we go for $32. What team is known as Badgers?
Badgers, Wisconsin.
Yes, sirree. All right, you have $32. Would you like to take your 32? What do you mean by
ooh? That's a lot of money. I'll go for it.
You'll go to 64.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
All right, you're on the 10-yard line with 10 seconds to play. You want to try the $64 question. What team is called Panthers?
Panthers?
No help, please.
Panthers. Whoa. Whoa.
Panthers.
Gee, you got me.
Huh?
I'm afraid you got me. Panthers.
Panthers, yeah. What? No, don't ever do that. Come on, the Panthers. No help, please. Did you hear that? The lady said Pittsburgh. I heard it.
I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it?
My word of
Well,
honor.
I'm going to give you an alternate. Would you like an alternate?
Please, dear.
$64?
Yes, sir. I'll eat coffee and
All
everything
right.
else in a minute.
Here we go. What team is known as the Blue Devils?
Blue Devils.
Yeah.
Blue Devils.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Blue Devils. The Blue Devils.
Yeah. The Blue Devils. The Blue Devils. Well, I can't paint pictures for you. I'm sorry.
The Blue Devils.
Yeah. Do you know?
The Coast Guard?
No, I'm sorry. Do you know this one?
The Blue Devils.
Yeah. We have to get on. I'm sorry.
Can't get the Blue Devils.
don't
Wait a
know?
minute. No, wait, just 1 minute.
All right. I'll wait. Got a cigarette? Oh, I mean,
Yeah, I got a cigar.
The Blue Devils. Okay. No help from the audience. I'm sorry, sir.
No,
Do you know
I
this one?
didn't listen. I didn't hear him.
Yeah.
The Blue Devils.
Do you
The
know?
Marines.
The Marines? No, I'm sorry. The Blue Devils is Duke University. Better luck next time. Stand by for the jackpot. All right, here we are with our next contestant, who is Miss Eleanor Owen of Los Angeles. Good evening, Miss Owen.
Good evening.
You're a secretary?
Yes, I am.
Are you employed at the moment?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, because I don't like this one, and, oh, I love her. Tell me, what did you receive as a gift, please?
An Eversharp pen.
An Eversharp pen. You'll like it even more when you write with it. Eversharp Skyline pens are streamlined for perfect balance and finger-fitting comfort. Now, what do we talk about, Mr. Owen?
The orchestra and accordion.
Oh, thank you. That gives me a chance to play. Well, aren't you nice? Cookie Fairchild, the orchestra, and your humble servant are going to play a group of tunes, and each one is about a person. You tell us who that person is. Okay, Cookie?
Jerry Youngster. The man on the flying trapeze.
Flying trapeze, yes, sir. That's who it is. Well, you've got $1. Would you like to try for 2? This one is on
Yes,
me.
I'll try for 2.
You will?
Dinah.
I didn't hear it. That's all I know. Okay, you've got $2. Now would you like to try for 4?
Yes.
Okay, let's take it, Cookie.
My darling Clementine.
Clementine, yes, sirree. What a gal, Clementine. You may have noticed that all the boys in Cookie Fairchild's band carry little suitcases. The union sends them here to convalesce after a hard week's work. Well, that makes $4. How about trying for 8?
I'll try.
This one is on me again. Let me play a couple of bars with you.
Sweet Melanie.
Okay, the musical score is $8 now. Is it Home Sweet Home, or would you like to try for 16?
I'll try for 16.
All right, Cookie, that's you. You have 3 by 5 and 1. That's 16. Would you like to try for 32?
Yes.
All right. This is an oldie. Now think. You know that? Huh? Da, 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 da.
I can't think of the name.
You don't know this one?
Can't think of the name.
You can't think of it. It's rather old. I'm sorry. The name is Mandy. It's an old song. Better luck next time. Well, I don't know. I have something to say here. Ken Niles, you look as snug as if you'd answered the $64 question. Thank you.
And indeed I have, Phil. The $64 Christmas question. You've seen handsome desk sets before, but nothing to compare to the sparkling beauty of the new Eversharp. Cast your eyes on this one. The base made of rare Argentine onyx, perfectly veined, clear down into its crystal heart. And blue-green, which means this is a choice selection. Add to that a streamlined Eversharp Skyline pen in Dubonnet red or jet black, and you have a truly magnificent gift. Yet, now listen carefully. This desk set is priced at only $7.50. Others, in a wide selection of styles, on bases of wood, leather, ebony glass, and onyx, are priced at $10, $15, $20, and up. Magic Feed prevents flooding, drying, or clogging, so your Eversharp writes instantly and keeps on writing clear down to the last drop of ink. And service on the pens is guaranteed. Not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever. Tomorrow, compare. Comparison proves. Give Eversharp, and you give the finest.
Operator, following through with Take It or Leave It for Eversharp. And here's our next contestant coming up to the microphone, who is Mr. Jack Bennett.
No, Benny. Jack Benny.
Jack Benny. Oh. Jack Benny.
B-E-N-N-Y.
B-E-N-N-Y. Thank you, sir. And where are you from, Mr. Benny?
I'm Waukegan.
That's right near Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right between Chicago and Milwaukee.
It is. Nice town, is it?
Pardon me?
Nice town?
Well, we're mighty proud of it.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what business are you in, sir? Please.
What business?
Yes.
Well, I'm a musician, a violinist.
Have you an orchestra, Mr. Benny?
An orchestra?
Yes.
Well, not anymore. I used to be in Waukegan. I used to be with Ken Rappaport's Riveting Rhythm Boys.
Well, what category do you think you'd like to talk to me about, Mr. Benny?
Well, how about that news making?
That says no smoking.
I think
What seems to be the trouble, Mr. Benny?
I have my glasses with me.
Would you mind standing just a little closer to the microphone, please? And you're a bit nervous, aren't you?
Well, I'm quite used to this thing.
Would you like some coffee?
Coffee?
Yeah, have some coffee.
Thank you. I will.
Don't spill it, Mr. Benny. You feel a little better now?
Yes, thank you.
Feel better. Well, that's fine. Just relax, won't you, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Now, look, Mr. Benny, as long as you're a musician, maybe you'd like to talk about music.
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right, here we go with musical. You've got musical. With musical history. Now, for the first question, for $1, tell me, who wrote Mendelssohn's Spring Song?
Well,
Mendelssohn's Spring Song.
A Mendelssohn?
That's correct. You get $1.
Thank you.
That gives you $1. Now, will you try for 2?
No, thank you. I'll take the $1.
But, Mr. Benny, everybody tries for at least the $2 question.
Well, it's all the same to you. I just can take the $1 and go.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. This next question will be very easy. Take a chance.
Well, I'd rather not, but then if it's easy...
What do you say, Mr. Benny? Come on.
Well, if it's easy,
yes,
it's an easy one.
All right, for $2, tell me, who was it who fiddled while Rome burned?
Nero.
That was Nero.
Nero. I knew it was Nero. I had Nero on my mind. I knew it was Nero.
Not Nero.
Yeah, it was King Nero.
It was Emperor Nero.
Or Emperor. Give me the $2. It was Emperor Nero.
Don't you want to try for the $4 question?
No, thank you. Just the $2.
Well, but, Mr. Benny, all of these questions are easy. Take a chance on the $4 question, will you?
Well, if they're easy, I will. Okay.
All right, then. What do you say? For $4?
Yeah.
Here we go. For $4, tell me. See if you can tell me the name of 2 out of 3 very famous violin makers.
Well, there was Stradivarius.
That's good.
And then there's that famous Italian violin maker, Amati.
Very good. You get $4. By the way, Mr. Benny, tell me, what did you receive as a gift tonight?
A pencil.
Can you tell me what kind of a pencil?
A lead pencil.
Oh. That is a genuine Eversharp repeater pencil.
The man in front of me got a pen.
That's the Eversharp Skyline pen.
Yeah. The man in back of me got a pen, too. I got a pencil.
I heard you. I know. Well, would you like to try for the $8?
Pardon?
Would you like to try the $8 question?
The $8 question?
Yeah.
Well,
very easy. You wanted to try.
Well, all right. I'll
I'll try it. For $8, tell me, what Russian composer just completed one of the greatest and longest compositions called the Seventh Symphony?
Shostakovich, is it? Or
Shostakovich.
Yes,
Sorry, you get $8. You're doing wonderfully. Tell me, Mr. Benny, have you ever been to this program before?
34 times, and I always got a pencil.
Well, you know our pencils are guaranteed not for years, not for life, but forever.
Well, how do I know where you'll be 50 years from now?
Well, now, look, would you like to try the $16 question? They're quite easy.
All right.
Well, for $16, tell me what famous musician was once premier of Poland?
Paderewski.
Right with Eversharp. Well, Mr. Benny, you certainly know a lot about music, don't you?
Pardon?
I say you know a lot about music.
Well, I lived with Ben Burney for 5
That
years.
accounts for it. Now, how would you like to try the $32 question?
No. I think I brought some people with me. I'd have to ask them.
Your family?
No, my lawyer.
Your lawyer.
3 of them here.
Well, what do you think you ought to do? Try for $32?
Well, if it's easy.
All right, here it is. For $32, what famous orchestra conductor appeared in the picture 100 Men and a Girl?
Stokowski.
You have $32. Yes, there is. Now then, you see how easy these questions are, Mr. Benny. Wouldn't you like to try for $64?
No, thank you. No, just the $32. That's
well, look, 64 is, come on, try for $32. Won't you please?
No.
For 64 rather?
Well, I don't... Are they easy, the $64?
Well, this one is rather easy.
It is?
Yes.
It is? Well, then All right, I'll take a chance.
For $64.
I'll take a chance for 64. Remember, I wanted to quit, of course, at 32, but
you do want to try for 64.
I'll try.
All right. Here's the $64 question. Over a period of 75 years, at least 100 great musical composers have attempted to write an ending for Schubert's immortal composition, his Unfinished Symphony. Can you name at least 37 of these composers?
Now, wait a minute, Baker. I want my $32.
But, Mr. Benny, I can't give you $32. You tried for the $64
I don't care. You
question.
coaxed me into it. I beg to stop after $32.
Now, just a minute.
I'll see my lawyers.
I can't help it, Mr. Benny. You've got to answer the $64 question. Can you name those 37 composers?
I can't even name the Blue Devils. Now, look, I don't want to have anything to do with this thing.
Now, look, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but you can't have
$32.
Stop screaming, Mr. Benny. You've got 34 pencils.
Yes, and I'll take those 34 pals. I'll write 34 letters to your sponsor.
All right,
I'm
sorry,
Mr.
Benny. Get off, will you, please? If this wasn't a meatless day, I'd bite him. If Corporal Leroy Weltman, one of the contestants on last week's program, is listening in, will he please get in touch with me as soon as possible? I have a check for $64 for it. His answer to a question about the official Army magazine was technically wrong, but there is a newspaper called Army Times. And because he was so close to the mark, Eversharp wants him to have the $64. So, if anyone listening in knows Corporal Weltman and his... Where is he? Is he in the audience? The contestant is Private John Bershka of the United States Army. How do you do, Private Bershka?
Oh, pretty good, man.
You all right?
Yeah, so far.
You're all right so far. Are you on furlough?
No.
You're not on furlough. You've been to the canteen?
Okay.
The Hollywood canteen?
Once before, man.
It's quite a place, isn't it? Well, you must go there a lot. You're perfectly welcome. The place is open for you fellas. What have you chosen off that board to talk to me?
Number 15.
15 is a man named Lawrence. Okay, here we go.
These men all have one thing in common. Their first name is Lawrence. You see if you can identify each one from the following descriptions for $1. This Lawrence is one of the 5 sons of John D. Rockefeller.
Lawrence Rockefeller.
That's right. You get a buck. Right on the first bound. Would you like to try for 2?
Mm-hmm.
Then see if you can identify this Lawrence. He played Heathcliff in Wuthering Heights. He's married to Vivian Lee.
Lawrence Oliver.
Olivier. Yes, there is. Okay. There's a guy. The greatest gift to women since the two-way stretch. You have a steak of $2. Do you want all that meat and 4 potatoes?
Give me the meat.
Okay, here we go for $4. This Lawrence is nicknamed Larry. He's a harmonica virtuoso.
Larry Adler.
Yes, sirree. You get $4. All right. You just have a few moments now. You have $4. Would you like to try for 8?
Yes.
Here we go. This Lawrence is a Metropolitan Opera baritone. You've undoubtedly heard him sing Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. Tibet. Yes, sirree. You get $8. Now you have $8. Would you like to try for 16? What do you think? You can take your 8.
I'm coming.
For 16 bucks, here we go. This Lawrence, nicknamed Buster, is a famous swimmer and Tarzan
Buster
player.
Crab.
Crab, that's the boy. All right, that gives you $16. Would you like to try with 32 or take your 16?
Can I get you an outfit, honey?
He wants to know if he can get his honey an outfit.
My wife.
Oh, your wife? Well, wonderful. I'm rooting for you.
All right, let's
go.
go.
You really want to take this next one? It's a tough one.
Forget about it.
Give the boy $16. Now, wait a minute. Now, just let's for fun see if you knew the $32 question. This Lawrence was co-author with Maxwell Anderson of What Price Glory? No help. You don't know. No. Well, you get $16 and stand by for the jackpot. All right. Our jackpot amounts to $98. Now a word from Ken Niles. Then we'll be back with the jackpot question. Big men who take big things in their stride are naturally attracted to the rugged, sturdy Eversharp Executive Pen. It is built to husky yet streamlined proportions, with giant satin smooth point that stands the gas, and massive barrel that holds far more ink, perfect for the man who works longer, harder hours. This pen writes more words more smoothly, requires less refilling, and Magic Feed prevents flooding high in a plane, so on ground level too. Deep pocket clip meets military regulations. Designed to sell at $10, mass production economies permit this pen to be priced at only $8.75. You get the complete set with giant Eversharp repeater pencil to match, with service on both pen and pencil guaranteed, not for years, not for life, but guaranteed forever. Compare. Give Eversharp, and you give the finest. Thanks, Ken Niles, and now we're ready for the jackpot question. Our jackpot amounts to $98. If more than one person answers correctly, the money will be equally divided among the winners. But if nobody answers correctly, the money will be given to the Army and Navy Relief Society. All right, here's the jackpot question. What lieutenant general led the British 8th Army to victory in Libya? You have 30 seconds to write your answer. Okay, Cookie Fairchild? Here are the jackpot answers. No answer on this one. Incorrect. This one is wrong. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is right. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Montgomery is correct. Congratulations to Lieutenant General Montgomery, and congratulations to our jackpot winners. And now a word from Ken Niles. Service on all Eversharp pens from $5 up and on all Eversharp repeater pencils, regardless of price, is guaranteed forever. Now, this means if your Eversharp should fail to give you satisfactory service at any time, we will put it in good order for a flat charge of 35 cents to cover postage, insurance, and handling, provided all parts, regardless of their condition, are returned. Remember, this service is guaranteed.
Not for years, not for life. Guaranteed forever. Thanks, Ken Niles. Before we sign off, I'd like to inform my listeners that after the program, the time consumed by Jack Benny will be given to another contestant. We hope all of you listening have enjoyed Take It or Leave It as much as Evershop has enjoyed bringing it to you. We'll meet you all again next week at this same time, so let's make it a date. Meanwhile, don't forget to sharpen your wits with an Evershop. This is Phil Baker saying good night for Evershop. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Herewith, Mr. Jack Benny in a highly unusual fantasy about an angel who was sent down from higher places to destroy the earth. A story which contains more than first meets the ear. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bentley finally got here, and tonight we present him with Mr. Claude Rains in, of all things, The Horn Blows at Midnight. This is the Ford Theater.
Welcome to a full hour of the finest dramatic entertainment with celebrated stars of Broadway and Hollywood. Presented by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Ford cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, Lincoln and Mercury cars, including the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car, unrivaled for superb performance and luxurious appointments. Now, to introduce this evening's program, here is the director of the Ford Theater, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all disputes, all threats, pleadings, persuasions, and all kidding aside, we're proud and pleased to welcome to the Ford Theater one of the great comedians of the world, Mr. Jack Benny. And co-starring with Mr. Benny in the long-heralded Horn Blows at Midnight, we're very happy to have with us one of the most accomplished actors of Broadway and Hollywood, Mr. Claude Rains. This is the second program, by the way, in our Festival of Smiles, which concludes next week with Mr. Bing Crosby. The theme of the Warner Brothers picture on which tonight's broadcast is based caused much comment when it was released some seasons ago. Being a fantasy having to do with the destruction of the earth, the picture clearly raised a controversial issue. And we of the Ford Theater firmly believe that while a radio version of The Horn Blows at Midnight will not end any arguments, it will at least add zest to them. So come with us beyond the Earth's atmosphere, uncounted light years through space, to a place very high above us, the office of the Chief of the Small Planets, an important executive in the system of the universe. You'll be hearing Claude Rains as the Chief, with Mr. Benny as a minor angel named Nathaniel. And, of course, any similarity between these characters and any characters living is quite impossible. Mr. Benny, Mr. Rains and company, please to begin.
Horatio, I tell you, something has to be done about it. Here it is, 1949, and that dreadful little planet is worse off than it ever was. What's the name of it again?
Number 33974. It is called Earth.
Oh, yes, nasty little globe. It's always given me trouble, but now it's absolutely out of hand. 2 world wars, persecution, hatred everywhere. Greed, intolerance, bloodshed. I'm just about fed up.
What are you going to do, Chief?
I'm going to destroy it, Horatio. I'm going to wipe it off the face of the I'm going to destroy it.
Without any warning?
Well, the front office has warned them often enough. Quakes, floods, droughts, plagues, everything. But they pay no attention. Those Earth people aren't satisfied with making a mess of their own planet. Why, they're even working on rockets to get to the moon.
What do they want up there, Chief?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're overloaded with Ritz crackers, and they believe that stuff about the moon being made of green cheese. I'll buzz for Elizabeth, my secretary. I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Did you ring, Chief?
Yes, come in, Elizabeth. I want you to take down some notes. I'm destroying one of the smaller planets, and I want you to send copies to the recording angel.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It won't make a hit with the recording department. They're swamped with work.
Oh, it's always something. What's their complaint?
Same old thing. Shortage of angel power. I'm drawing up a new personnel questionnaire.
Another one? More red tape. I never saw such incompetence, such inefficiency. You know, this place needs a few big businessmen to run things up here. We need them. And they better start letting them in. That's all I've got to say.
What planet are you destroying, Chief?
33974. It's called Earth.
Earth. Well, that was created rather hurriedly, as I remember.
Yes, it was a 6-day job. Practically slapped together. Well, I'm going to slap it apart.
How are you going to do it, Chief?
Well, usually our demolition expert descends, blows his horn, and poof.
Just poof?
Well, for some of the larger jobs, it's poof, poof. But this happens to be a one-poof planet. Anyway, our demolition expert is busy on another assignment, and I'll have to find someone else. Elizabeth, who would you suggest?
What about Nathaniel?
Nathaniel? That nincompoop? That blundering nitwit?
He's not a nincompoop, and he's not a nitwit either. And you shouldn't call him those names, Chief. Remember, he's an angel.
Some angel. I don't see how he ever got his wings. Elizabeth, what do you see in him anyway?
Well, he's sweet and kind and understanding, and he plays the trumpet beautifully.
That's right. He does play, doesn't he?
He's been 455th trumpet in the Ethereal Philharmonic Orchestra for over 300 years.
And he certainly ought to be able to blow the horn. Go fetch him, Elizabeth.
I will, Chief, immediately. He's rehearsing with the orchestra now.
Nathaniel, please. Once again, gentlemen, and all together this time. Nathaniel, step up here, please.
Yes, Mr. Beethoven.
What is it, sir? For 120 years I've been conducting this orchestra. And for 120 years you've been playing the wrong notes. Why? Tell me why.
Well, it's a hard number and it takes practice. I'm sure I'll get it if you'll just be patient a little while longer.
A little while longer?
Yeah, besides, what's the rush? We're not going anywhere.
What has that got to do with it? We've got 10,000 men in this orchestra, 9,999 musicians, and you.
Huh?
Why did you have to take up the trumpet? With lips like yours, you should be a glass blower.
A glass blower? Yeah, I tried that when I was on Earth. But one day, instead of blowing, I inhaled. Then I had to walk around with a sign on my back marked fragile.
Look, Nathaniel, I don't care what happens to you on Earth. I only care what happens to me up here. Now go back to your place, and please don't be flat.
But, Mr. Beethoven, the music says B flat, doesn't it?
That doesn't mean you should be flat. That means play B flat.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that 100 years ago. Could have saved so much trouble. All right, Mr. Beethoven, I promise you.
Nathaniel!
Huh? Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I have wonderful news for you. The chief wants to see you.
The chief? Is there something wrong? What do I do now?
Oh, Nathaniel, don't be silly. You couldn't do anything wrong.
Oh, no? You don't think so? Stay around and listen to him play the trumpet. It's better he should have the mute in his mouth.
I don't use a mute. I use a derby. Gee, Elizabeth, I'm so excited. Imagine the chief wanting to see me. How do I look?
Fine, fine.
I'm so nervous. Is my halo on straight?
Oh, it's perfect. Now, come on. Don't keep him waiting.
All right. Will you excuse me, Mr. Beethoven?
With pleasure. All right, gentlemen. Now we can play.
Elizabeth, it's been so long since I've seen the chief. I won't know how to act.
Just be yourself, and don't let him frighten you. If he seems gruff, it's only because he's terribly busy, like all the other deputy chiefs. He has billions of small planets to look after.
I know. What a job that must be, keeping them in their own orbits. Well, we're almost there, and I'm so nervous.
Hello, Elizabeth! Hello, Daniel!
Hello, Paul! Yeah, it's a beautiful horse Mr. Revere rides. I wonder why he still carries those 2 lanterns.
Nathaniel, you can ask him later. We haven't got time now. The chief is waiting.
Horatio, you may not realize it, but getting rid of the Earth will be a big help in balancing the budget. Think of all the rain and snow we'll save.
Yes, that is a native.
And don't forget the thunder and lightning that little planet uses up. Why, we'll cut our electric bills in half. And, by the way, Horatio, remind me to talk to Halley about his comet. There's no point to its traveling around the Earth anymore.
Yes, Chief. Oh, here comes Elizabeth with Nathaniel.
Yeah, about time. Let him in.
Here's Nathaniel, Chief.
Yeah, I know. He hasn't changed a bit. Oh, well. Nathaniel, how long have you been up here?
300 years, Chief. I'm from New Amsterdam, you know.
What's your rank?
Angel, junior grade, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort.
Still junior grade, eh? I don't know why I sent for you.
Was it possibly about changing my rank, sir?
No. I see no reason for demoting you.
Thank you, Chief.
I've been going over your record, and it's not too bad. It says here, deportment B, application B, virtue A, mentality. Well, this job doesn't require a genius anyway. You'll do.
Do what, sir? Do what?
Destroy planet number 33974.
33974? Why, that's Earth, my home planet. What will all those people do without it? Where will they live?
Well, some of them will come up here, and some of them will go to the other place. We have no time for sentiment.
But, Chief, why are you destroying the Earth?
Why? Simply because there's been nothing but trouble there. Now that the Second World War is over, it's in a bigger mess than it ever was. No peace, no harmony, no cooperation. If they want to end civilization, I'll end it for them. Elizabeth?
Yes, Chief?
See to Nathaniel wears his proper clothes for a visit to the Earth. You can attend to all that.
Yes, I will, Chief.
Gee, it'll be nice wearing buckled shoes and long stockings again. I still have good-looking legs, you know.
Nathaniel, men's styles have changed on Earth since you were there 300 years ago.
They have? Women's, too?
Oh, yes, many times. But now they have the new look, and they're right back to where they used to be.
Oh. Well, don't men wear long stockings anymore?
Oh, no. But don't worry, Nathaniel. Your knees will be covered. You'll wear long trousers.
Why can't I just wear my toga? I'm so used to it now.
Because, my dear Nathaniel, we don't want you to be conspicuous. You've got an important job to do.
Oh. Well, Chief, how do I go about destroying the Earth?
Horatio, hammer that horn.
Yes, Chief. Here you are, sir.
Now, Nathaniel, you simply blow 4 notes of the Judgment Day Overture on this horn, and that will be the end of the Earth.
Gee, it's the most beautiful trumpet I've ever seen.
It is not a trumpet.
Oh.
It's a very special kind of horn. Now listen carefully to these instructions. You'll proceed to New Amsterdam.
It's called New York now, Chief.
Oh, New York, then. Mercurius will arrange for your transportation. You will then check into the Waldorf Biltmore Hotel, and a few minutes before midnight, you will go to the roof.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is very important, Nathaniel. The horn must be blown at midnight sharp.
Yes, sir.
Remember, that means precisely 12. 11:59 won't do. 12:01 won't do. It must be 12 on the dot. Got that?
Yes, sir. I'll see that the horn blows at midnight. Leave it to me.
All right, now get going. If you do a good job, when you come back, you may find yourself an Angel senior grade.
Me, an Angel senior grade? That means a raise in my base pay. God.
But if you botch the job, you'll be back scrubbing clouds for the next 500 years.
Yeah, I hope not. My knees are still wet. But don't worry, Chief. I won't botch it. I'll make good.
That's the spirit. Now, are you ready to,
The interplanetary phone, Chief.
Department of Small Planets. Chief speaking.
This is the salvage department. Any instructions, Chief?
Yes. Stand by to pick up a load of scrap at midnight. That'll be all, Nathaniel. Are you sure you remember everything?
Don't worry, Chief. I won't forget a thing. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Come back here. You forgot the horn.
Oh, that's because I'm so excited. Well, goodbye, Chief.
Goodbye. Elizabeth, you stay with him until he leaves. See that he gets away in time.
Yes, Chief. Come along, Nathaniel. I'll walk you to the edge. I'm going to miss you, Nathaniel.
You are, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Well, I'll only be gone.
Hello, Nathaniel.
Oh, hello, Noah.
You going away?
Yes, but I'll be home tomorrow.
Well, when you get back, drop in. I'm having a little gathering in the Ark.
In the Ark? Oh, good, good. Who's coming over?
Oh, just a few couples.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much. I'll see you later. Da-da-da-ding, da-da-da-ding. What are we talking about, Elizabeth?
I said that I was going to miss you.
Oh, well, I'll only be gone one night, and then I'll come back, and we can spend the next 100 years together. Just talking about my trip. Gee, these earth clothes are funny. What do you call this again?
That's a vest.
And is this a doublet?
No, that's a coat.
Oh. But what is this label? I wouldn't want to wear someone else's clothes. Who are Hart, Scheffner, and Mark?
Don't worry, Nathaniel. And by the way, I'd better give you some money. Here.
What are these? Guilders?
No, these are dollar bills.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Gee, they feel nice and crispy.
And these are $5 bills.
Oh, I like these better. They feel even nicer and crispier. Look at the pictures on them. George is on one, and Abe is on the other.
Yes. Yes, you'll need them, Nathaniel. And now you'd better go.
I'm on my way, Elizabeth.
Nathaniel! Nathaniel!
Oh, that's the chief.
Gosh, I hope he isn't calling me back.
Nathaniel, I'm glad I caught you before you left. There's one very important thing I forgot to tell you.
What is it, Chief?
Before you blow that horn, be sure to check with Petrillo. I don't want any trouble with him.
Oh, I will, Chief. I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nathaniel.
Goodbye.
Watch that first step. It's a pip.
I will. I will. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to the Ford Theater, which tonight is bringing you Jack Benny, starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight with Claude Rains. A brief pause now before Act Two, and some timely hints on car values from Frank Martin.
There's an exciting time in store for many of you in the coming week that can make a world of difference in the pride and enjoyment you get out of motoring. That's the time which your Lincoln dealer invites you to spend behind the wheel of a new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, America's most distinctive fine car. And in just a few miles, you'll discover why the Lincoln Cosmopolitan has no rival. You'll see at first glance that here is an automobile truly distinctive, exclusive in its styling, with lines and looks that lift it apart from every other car on the road. You'll recognize as you sink back into the soft foam rubber cushioned seats that no other car offers a more luxurious interior, more elegant interior refinements. You'll feel rich custom upholstery. You'll discover unhampered visibility through the huge one-piece windshield of curved safety glass that is almost 5 feet wide. You will whisk the windows up and down at the mere touch of a button. And as you drive this outstanding 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan, you'll discover performance that you have never before known in a fine car. For the great new Lincoln V-Type 8 engine is unsurpassed for dependability, economy, and efficiency. It's so powerfully smooth, so thrillingly quiet, so effortless in its range of acceleration. You can't believe it until you drive the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. In all the world, there is no other fine car so beautifully new, so thoroughly owner-proven, so superbly engineered as this new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Yet it costs very, very little more to own than an ordinary car. Take just a few minutes in the coming week, or even better, tomorrow, to accept your Lincoln dealer's invitation to meet this superb 1949 automobile, the new Lincoln Cosmopolitan. You know you're driving America's most distinctive fine car, and so does the rest of the world when you drive the new 1949 Lincoln Cosmopolitan. Now again, Fletcher Markle.
And here's the second act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel with Claude Rains as the chief of the small planet. Now, Nathaniel, having arrived in New York City, is strolling down Broadway with the horn tucked under his arm. Since it was 300 years ago that he last saw this famous street, it's small wonder that he marvels at the changes.
So this is New York. I wonder why they changed the name. Look at that sign over there. Baseball today. Boston Red Sox and New York Yankees. Well, I guess it does sound better than New Amsterdam Yankees. Gosh, this place certainly is built up. I wish Peter Stuyvesant could see it. How they laughed when we bought Manhattan Island for $24. I bet we could double our money now. My, what big buildings. I never saw so many horseless carriages. Look at those yellow ones. See, they go around the corner on 2 wheels. I wonder if they could...
Get back on the curb, you dirt! You wanted to kill?
No, thank you, not again. The records would be all mixed up.
Hey, mister, you better wait for the light to change before you cross the street.
Light? Light to change?
Sure. You must be a stranger. Ain't you never been in New York before?
Oh, yes. I come from New York, but I've been away for a long time.
Say, that's a good-looking trumpet you got there. Yeah. How about giving us a little bebop?
Bebop?
Yeah. It's that bebop or rebop.
Bebop? Is that music?
Is it? It's out of this world.
Well, that's where I've been, and I've never heard of it. Bebop or rebop, huh?
What band are you with?
Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians. It's a very fine orchestra. 10,000 pieces.
10,000? Gee, they must sound louder than Spike Jones.
Spike who?
Jones. Didn't you ever hear him play All I Want for Christmas Is My Two-Front Teeth?
No, but it sounds like a very interesting selection. I'll suggest it to Mr. Beethoven.
Beethoven, huh?
Yes, I play 455th trumpet. I've been playing it for nearly 300 years.
Hey, Johnny, this guy must be a little utsnake, like a fruitcake. What's your name, Methuselah?
No, but I know him very well. In fact, I went to his birthday party last month, and he had the biggest cake. Took us 2 weeks to blow out the candles.
Hey, Jerry, let's get out of here before the wagon backs up.
Yeah. Well, so long, Grandpa. Give my regards to Beethoven.
I will. Look at them run away. They were nice youngsters, though. You know, people aren't so bad down here. My, the streets are certainly crowded here in New York. Look at all those men and women going into that theater. Hamlet by William Shakespeare. Good old Bill. Wait till I tell him about this. He'd be so happy to know he's finally got a hit. Gee, look at all the saloons on this street. I wonder what kind of a drink television is. I don't remember it. What's that big bird doing up there in the sky? So noisy, too. Spelling out something. I.J. Fox. Must be a store up there. No, that would be impossible.
There he is, officer. That's him.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll handle him, kid. Hey, you there. You with the horn.
Huh? Were you speaking to me?
Yeah. Well, I understand you've been playing that trumpet you got there for the last 300 years.
Yes, sir. I'm with Beethoven's Ethereal Melodians.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, what's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort.
Uh-huh. And exactly how old are you?
355. Of course, I tell everyone up there that I'm 339. I'm really 355.
Oh, naughty, you're a bad boy.
Well, it's only a white lie. You know, I just can't get over how this town has changed, and the people, too. Where are the Indians?
In Cleveland. Yeah, Bob Hope's got them now.
Bob Hope?
Sure, the big radio comedian. Don't tell me you've never listened to Hope.
No, what did he say?
Now, would you mind if I ask you...
Look. I may be wrong, but I think that's the spot right there.
Huh?
The place where I was killed 300 years ago.
You were what?
I was killed here 300 years ago. I was run over by a cow. I really was. A hit-and-moo driver. You know, Mr. Beethoven gets mad when I tell jokes like that. But it was my own fault, you know. I shouldn't have been out so late.
Yes, well, look,
Nathaniel, 3rd phalanx, 15th cohort.
Yeah. Look, Nathaniel, when did they let you out?
A little while ago.
Well, you're going back, aren't you?
Oh, of course. I just have to blow a few notes on this horn tonight, and then I'll return immediately.
Oh. Well, why wait till tonight? Why not blow the horn now?
Oh, I couldn't do that. You see, the chief said it wouldn't work unless it was exactly midnight on the dot.
The chief said that, eh?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, I guess there's no harm in letting you run along. But you'll remember to go right home as soon as you blow the bugle.
Oh, yes, I will. I certainly will. Just as soon as I blew it, I will. Well, goodbye. I'll see you later.
Oh, no, you won't.
If you've been good, I will. Goodbye. My, what a nice man.
Step right inside the store here, folks. The auction is about to begin. Now, friends, I have here in my hand a timepiece that is acknowledged all over the civilized world as the finest example of watchmaking that human hands can create. Why, friends, just look at this watch. Look at the solid 14-karat gold-type case.
Gold-type case?
The jewel die, consisting of 24 genuine artificial diamonds. The real synthetic alligator strap fit for a king's wrist.
Gee.
Ah, you like it, don't you? Well, I don't blame you, friends. Now, who'll start the bidding at $300? Am I bid 300, 300, 300. Who'll say 300? $1. $1. I'm bid $1. All right, who'll make it $1.50? Why, friends, the movement alone is worth that much. Who'll say $1.50? $1.50. $1.50. Can anyone say $1.50?
I can say $1.50. $1.50. See, I said it.
So, to the intelligent-looking man with the horn for $1.50. Congratulations, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Why, friend, you have a watch there that will last you 100 years.
100 years? What will I do with it after that? Oh, well, I'll think of something. I wonder where the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel is. That's where I have to go. I better ask someone.
Watch Street, get your pipers here. Watch Street, read all about it.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
A piper? You want a piper, mister?
Piper? What's a piper?
A paper.
No, thank you. But could you direct me to the Waldorf-Biltmore Hotel?
Oh, Sonny. It's 1 block down and 2 blocks to the right.
Thank you. I understand it's a lovely place.
At the best. I wouldn't live nowhere else.
Oh, then you live there?
Sure, I got the penthouse there. I just sell these papers for a hobby. My dad owns the 4-way code tablets.
Oh. Well, if you have the penthouse, we'll be neighbors. I'll see you over there. That is, if you get home before midnight. Well, thanks again. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I don't know where they come from, but I always get 'em. Poipers, get your poipers here. Poipers.
Da-da-da-ding. Da-da-da-ding. Yeah, it was nice of him to direct me to the hotel. The earth can't be so bad with people like him on it. I wonder if the chief isn't making a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, I didn't say it, Chief. I was just thinking. It's just that it seems such a pity. I mean, there's so many nice people. I'll do it, Chief. Don't worry, I'll do it.
You see, Elizabeth, he's weakening already. I told you he was the wrong one to send.
But, Chief, he'll do it. He said he would. He's on his way to the hotel now.
I've got a good mind to recall him and send someone I can rely on.
Oh, please, Chief, don't do that. Nathaniel's all right. It's just that he has such a soft heart.
Well, I should have sent an older angel. Nathaniel was only 339. Anyway, that's what he says.
But, Chief...
How he got to look like that in only 339 years, I'll never know. I'm worried, Elizabeth.
Oh, why don't you wait and see? I'm sure everything will be all right.
Better be. If that horn doesn't blow at midnight, I'll drop him out of the phalanx.
So this is the Waldorf Biltmore. My, what a beautiful hotel. Sure is crowded, too.
Paging Mr. Davis, Mr. Charles Davis. Paging Mr. Davis. Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar, please.
I'll take it, boy. Is that for Julius?
No, sir. Irving.
Oh, I don't know him.
Paging Mr. Caesar. Mr. Irving Caesar.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I wanted to ask him how to get to the roof. So near midnight. I'll ask that man at the desk.
Boy, take this luggage up to 1023, huh?
Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Could you tell me how to get to the roof?
Why, yes, sir. You take that last elevator. It's an express.
Thank you. And, is that clock up there on the wall correct?
Yes, sir. It's exactly 10 minutes before midnight.
You're quite certain?
Oh, yes, sir. The sun rises and sets by that clock.
I'm afraid you've been misinformed, if you don't mind my saying so. See, the sun's movements are completely independent of this planet. However, I will accept the time as 11:51 p.m.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Western Union will be deeply grateful.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Are you stopping at the hotel, sir?
Yes, for a short time.
You staying overnight?
No, and neither are you. Well, goodbye.
Going up?
Yes, the roof, please. It's a lovely elevator you have here.
When you've seen one, you've seen them all.
I suppose so. Is your name Otis?
Yeah, how'd you guess? Otis J. Elevator, that's me.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Why, it's nice in here, so intimate and cozy.
It ain't so cozy when you have to stand in it all night long.
All night long?
Well, from 6 at night till 2 in the morning.
Really? Then I have good news for you. Tonight you're getting off at 12.
Hey, that's funny. The chief didn't tell me anything about it.
Well, he told me.
Well, I hope you're right. Here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-dee. Yeah, I wish I could get that right. Da-da-da-dee. What a beautiful sight up here on the roof. And all the stars are out tonight. There's Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus. Hello, Venus. Gee, she's pretty. Well, it's only 5 more minutes till midnight. Better get ready to blow the horn. Here's a good place to stand, right near the edge. I think I'll... What's that? Is someone there? Why, it's a girl, and she's crying. Don't cry, miss. Whatever it is that's troubling you will be over very soon.
It'll never be over. Never. Never.
Oh, yes, it will. In just a couple of minutes.
Please go away. Let me alone, can't you?
But I assure you, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
He doesn't love me. He's sending me away. Well, I won't go back home. I won't.
You can't very well go back home if you're not alive.
Not alive. Yes, of course. That's the answer. The only answer. It's all clear now.
Well, I'm very happy to have been of service. Less than 2 minutes left.
I'll show him. I wonder what he'll say when I'm gone. Well, here goes. Goodbye, Andrew.
Wait, you mustn't jump.
Let me go.
No, you can't.
Why not? It was your idea.
But suicide is a mortal sin.
You let go of me.
Be patient. Just a few more seconds.
No, I won't be talked out of it. Let me go.
You've got to listen to me now. There's very little time.
Hey, Peggy!
Andrew!
What? Who's this?
Oh, Peggy, darling. Hey, you get your hands off my girl.
Let go of me, mister. It's midnight. I've got to blow my horn.
I ought to jam it down your throat.
My horn?
Oh, let him go, Andrew. He didn't do anything.
Oh, Peggy, I've been such a fool. Can you ever forgive me? As soon as you left, I realized what a mistake I made. Oh, Peggy, I'll never let you go again, believe me.
Well, let go of me, then, and put your arms around her. Please, Andrew, it's midnight. I got to blow the horn.
Oh, Andrew, I'm so happy I could start crying all over again.
Look, not tonight, baby. We're going to celebrate. Come on.
Wait, give me back my horn.
Here you are, Bud. Catch.
Whoop! I missed it. It's falling all the way down the street. I won't have time to get it. What am I going to do? Now, I'll never get to be an angel senior grade. What am I going to tell the chief? I couldn't help it, Chief. I couldn't help it. Give me another chance. Please, Chief, please. Just one more chance. I want to be a senior.
That's Act 2 of tonight's Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny with Claude Rains. Time out again very briefly, and Frank Martin speaking for the Ford Motor Company.
A gold medal is quite an impressive thing, particularly when it's awarded to the car chosen as the fashion car of the year. That gold medal has just been awarded to the 1949 Ford. Bearing out the judgment of millions of Americans, the Fashion Academy of New York, after examining all cars in all price ranges, picked the 1949 Ford as embodying all the essential qualities of good taste, modern design, and subtle harmony in line and color. Yes, the style experts have officially awarded the gold medal to the 1949 Ford for its beauty and advanced styling that set Ford apart in its field. And this recognition of Ford styling is not an accident. The 1949 Ford is the only completely newly designed car in its field. Ford engineers, designers, and stylists redesigned the Ford from roof to road, creating a completely new car to give you better, safer, easier driving. Truly modern motoring. And one basic part of that redesigning is Ford's new style, an advanced style that suits a truly advanced car, a style that expresses in steel and glass and chrome the power, comfort, safety, and solid roadability, the advanced performance of the new Ford. Back of every point of Ford styling, you will find a good reason. More headroom, legroom, seat room, luggage room. More visibility, more safety, more comfort, more efficient performance. And above all, better, easier driving. The 1949 Ford, alone in its field, was completely redesigned to give you those things. And it does. The 1949 Ford is not just a remodeled pre-war car, but the most advanced car in its field, the truly modern, truly post-war car. You can tell how advanced 1949 Ford styling is by looking at a new Ford and then looking at other new cars of older style. But you won't know how truly advanced it is until you drive a 1949 Ford, until you take the wheel and feel the difference. Feel the big difference that Ford's advanced design makes. Why not ask one of your friends to let you drive his new Ford, or see your friendly Ford dealer? When you drive a Ford, you'll feel different. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. The Ford Theater presentation of The Horn Blows at Midnight will be resumed after a brief pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fletcher Markle again, and now for the third act of The Horn Blows at Midnight, starring Jack Benny as Nathaniel and Claude Rains as the Chief.
Elizabeth because of all the angels who could have done the job, you had to recommend Nathaniel.
But, Chief, it wasn't his fault. Nathaniel was only trying to stop that poor girl from committing suicide. A mortal sin.
Well, that wasn't his job. He should have obeyed orders. There are too many people down there committing mortal sins. That's why Earth has to be destroyed.
Please, Chief, give Nathaniel another chance. After all, you've only lost one day.
I know, but Nathaniel has botched up every assignment I ever gave him. Remember 2 months ago when I put him in the weather department? All he had to do was to see that the clouds went in the right direction, and what happened? He got the elements so mixed up it snowed in California. Nathaniel, bah!
No, but, Chief, that was an accident. After all, he was new on the job, and he just didn't know.
Imagine snow in California. He knows very well it's not even supposed to rain there. That's where we keep our smog. No, Elizabeth, I have no alternative. Nathaniel must be recalled.
Chief, if you recall Nathaniel now, you'll destroy all his confidence. He tried so hard to make good. He was so happy at the chance to become an angel, senior grade. If you take that chance away from him, you'll break his spirit. And that's all he's got left. Oh, please, Chief, be just a little more patient with him, won't you?
Elizabeth, I don't know why I let you talk me into these things, but you always do.
Then you'll give Nathaniel another chance? Oh, thank you, Chief, thank you. You're so good and kind, and he'll be so grateful.
Well, you better blow that horn at midnight tonight, or else, and that's my last word, else, I'll thunder him his directions.
It certainly was nice of the chief to give me another chance. Lucky this horn didn't break when it hit the street. I'll just have to make good tonight. Let's see, there's still a little time before midnight. Guess I'll sit here in the lobby for a while. Certainly is a busy hotel.
Paging Mr. Caesar, Mr. Irving Caesar, please.
Same one he paged yesterday. I'll have to ask Julius if he has any relatives down here. Julius is so nice. I think Brutus was definitely out of line. Well, I got about 15 minutes yet. Yeah, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Pardon me. May I sit down here?
Oh, why, certainly. There's plenty of room.
Oh, thank you.
Whoops. Wait till I remove the horn. There you are.
Thank you. Isn't this a beautiful hotel?
Yes, it is.
I had such a busy day. And, you know, in about an hour, the limousine is coming back for me, and I have to go to a midnight supper at the Stork Club.
Really?
Yes, and then I'll have to go home and get some rest because tomorrow I have so much more to do. I'm going to Saks Fifth Avenue and buy a complete wardrobe for my trip to Honolulu.
Oh, you're going to Honolulu?
Oh, yes, I have to go. You see, I hit the giant jackpot on Sing It Again, and I've been traveling ever since.
I don't understand.
And not only that, they painted my house inside and out, and it looks so strange now.
Oh.
I loved it the way it was.
Well, look, lady.
I'm Mrs. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Watson? My name is Nathaniel.
Nathaniel.
Third phalanx, 15th cohort.
Oh, I've never been there.
Oh, no, it isn't a place.
Paging Jack Benny. Mr. Jack Benny, please. Paging Jack Benny.
Mrs. Watson, what I meant to say...
wait a minute. Did you hear that?
What?
They're paging Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes. Haven't you ever heard him on the radio?
Well, no.
I hope he's living in this hotel. I might see him. He's simply wonderful. I listen to him every Sunday, even though I can't win anything.
Oh, well, what does this
You
Benny...
know the thing I like about him?
What?
He pretends to be stingy and cheap, and I'm sure he's not that way at all.
He isn't?
No, I can tell just by listening to him that he's the sweetest, kindest, and the most generous man in the whole world.
Oh. Well, it's nice to know there are people like that.
And you want to know something? I almost met him a year ago.
You did?
Yes, I guessed he was the walking man, but they never called me on the phone.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I better wait out in front of the hotel now. The limousine will be coming any minute.
The limousine?
Yes, Governor Dewey is the one who has to take me to the Stork Club. That's part of the jackpot.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Watson. It was nice talking to you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Phalanx.
No. It's Daniel. 3rd Phalanx, 15th cohort. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, now, that was the sweetest old... Oh, my goodness. That nice old lady thinks she's going to Honolulu tomorrow. And I have to... Oh, no.
Look, Elizabeth, look. Nathaniel is weakening. Who cares whether anybody goes to Honolulu or not?
He cares, Chief. He worries about everything. That's why he's so...
Stupid? That's what he is, stupid. I still say we sent the wrong angel.
No, you didn't, Chief. He still has time. He'll go through with it.
Then what's he sitting there for? Why doesn't he go up on the roof and get ready? Look what he's doing down there now, biting his nails.
Well, he's nervous.
Nervous about what? Destroying one of our smallest planets? It's ridiculous.
Well, warn him again, Chief, so he'll know it's almost midnight.
All right. I'll send him another thundergram.
Yes, Chief, I know. Well, I still got about 7 minutes. Gee, I hope nothing goes wrong this time.
Hello, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, hello, little girl.
Hello.
Are you lost?
No, monsieur, I am not lost.
Oh, I thought the way you were looking at me, you wanted to ask me something.
No. You just seem so sad, sitting here all by yourself.
I am sad.
Why, monsieur?
Because of something I have to do at midnight. I'm worried about it.
Well, you mustn't worry. My mother told me, even when we were in the camp, not to be sad, because someday everything would be all right.
The camp? You were in...
A prison camp, monsieur, back in France.
Oh, I see. Did you do something wrong?
No, monsieur.
Well,
Would you like a piece of my candy bar, monsieur?
No, thank you. Although I haven't had a bite since I came down here, except my nails.
Then please take a bite of this chocolate bar.
Well, thanks. What's your name?
Angelique.
Angelique? That means little angel in French.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, I'm an angel, too. I'm a big angel.
You are? What's your name?
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th cohort. What's your cohort?
I don't know. Je ne comprends pas.
Oh, then you haven't been in this country long?
No. We just came on the boat this morning from France.
Oh, and did you say you were in a prison camp?
Yes, me and my mama. For 3 whole years. Then the Americans came and got us out.
Oh. Well, where's your mommy and your daddy?
Well, my mama is right over there. But I don't know where my daddy is. He used to be a soldier.
Oh, well, Angelique, how is it that you speak English so well?
Mama has been teaching me a long time. 3 whole years.
3 years? I suppose that is quite a long time for a mortal. Especially such a small mortal. And you don't know where your father is, huh?
No, monsieur. But Mama said he was the most wonderful man in the world. And we're all going to be together again someday. Angelique, it's me, Mama. Here I am.
Oh, I was worried when I did not see you.
Oh, she's quite all right. We were just sitting here talking.
He is a very nice man, Mama.
Angelique, were you annoying this gentleman?
Oh, no, not at all. We had such a nice chat, and Angelique was telling me what a wonderful man her father is, and you're all going to be together again. Is he in New York?
No, monsieur. Angelique would not understand, but he was a great hero.
Oh, I see. And you just arrived from France this morning?
Yes. Tonight we are going to take the train to Chicago. We are going to live with relatives there. I have not seen them for over 10 years. But they have asked us to come to them.
Well, that will be nice. Then your little girl can grow up in a good home like... Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. What am I saying?
You look sad again.
Yes, I just remembered something.
Mama, can I have another piece of candy?
Angelique, I just gave you a whole bar.
I know, but I offered to share it with this man, and he ate the whole thing.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just meant to take a bite.
Well, here's the money. You can buy another bar right over there.
Thank you, Mama.
You know, Monsieur, Angelique does not know that her father is dead.
Yes, I realize that.
She's too young to understand. You see, she was just an infant when he was killed. Monsieur, you don't think there can be another war, do you?
Well, not if I... No, I don't think so.
Another war would mean the end of everything. There is not a country in the world that could go through it again. Not the way they fight wars now. People would just destroy each other.
They would?
Oh, yes, Monsieur, yes. And yet it seems very simple for a lot of people to forget about the time of war. They do not want to remember. But we must remember, Monsieur, all of us, and take care, or we will die for it. Now it is time for people to get to know each other. Now it is time for people to come together in the world.
But there's very little time left, you see.
I know, Monsieur.
Oh. You do?
Of course. If we do not change ourselves soon, it will be too late. Though the war is over, there is much still not settled. It may take 5 years or even 10 years before we find the answer to real happiness and understanding. But we will find it, Monsieur. We must now reach out to each other and find out about each other. By coming here, Angelique and I have a chance to do that. And we are grateful. We must find peace with each other, Monsieur, or we are lost.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. But you see...
Mama, I have another candy bar. Would you like to share it with me, Monsieur?
No, thank you. I've had enough.
Well, come on, Angelique. We must go. Goodbye, Monsieur. Monsieur...
Nathaniel, 3rd Phalanx, 15th Cohort. Goodbye, Angelique.
Goodbye, Monsieur.
Goodbye.
What a cute little girl. Spent 3 years of her life in a prison camp. Well, it's getting near midnight. Better take the elevator up to the roof.
Going up, sir?
Yes, the roof, please.
Well, here's the roof, sir.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Well, it's almost midnight. I'm sure glad it's a nice night. It's the last one. Keep thinking about that little girl, Angelique, and her mother. They seem so nice. All they want is a chance to live together in peace. Maybe most people are good. Maybe the war has been a lesson. If that's true, then the earth shouldn't be destroyed. Chief, do you think that I ought to go... But, Chief, you heard what she said, that little girl's mother. They've never had a chance before. Let them have it now while they... But, Chief, look, there must be millions of others just like them who need time to get to know each other. We have such hopes for the future. This is what Angelique's father gave his life for, to give other people a chance. And now you want to take it away from him. Chief, let's wait a while. Look, Chief, look. Now, suppose all these people down here don't get together. Suppose there is another war. Then the whole world will destroy itself. They'll blow the earth to pieces. And then remember, Chief, That would take the responsibility off your shoulders. You won't be to blame. See? See what I mean, Chief? You've waited this long, thousands and thousands of years. What harm is there waiting a little longer? Give them a chance. Maybe they'll get to work and live together in peace. Everything will straighten itself out, and it'll be the way you want it to be. What was that, Chief? Oh. Then I won't have to blow the horn? I'm glad you changed your mind. Well, I'd like to come back now, Chief. I'd like to see you and Elizabeth and Horatio, and I'd even like to see Mr. Beethoven, too, even though he does holler at me all the time. From now on, I'm going to practice real hard and make him proud of me. Thanks, Chief. I'll leave right now.
Going down, mister?
Yeah?
Going down?
No, thank you. Up.
From the Ford Theater in Hollywood, you have just heard Mr. Jack Benny starring in The Horn Blows at Midnight. Tonight's version for listening was prepared by Hugh Wedlock and Howard Snyder, and the original musical score was composed and conducted by Cy Feuer. The Ford Theater, a full hour of dramatic entertainment, is brought to you every Friday by the Ford Motor Company, builder of Lincoln and Mercury cars, Ford trucks and farm tractors, and the new 1949 Ford car, officially chosen as the fashion car of the year. It's Ford for the new look in styling, and it's Ford for the new feel in driving. Drive a Ford and feel the difference. Now again, Mr. Markle.
May a director identify the principals in our cast tonight? In the foreground,
The Chief
was played, of course, by Mr. Claude Rains, who will soon be seen in the Hal Wallace production, Rope of Sand.
Elizabeth?
Was played by Mercedes McCambridge.
Angelique.
Was Anne Whitfield.
Angelique's mother?
Was played by Jeanette Nolan.
Mrs. Watson.
Was Jane Morgan.
Mr. Beethoven.
Was Hans Conried.
Jerry. And Johnny.
Were played by Jerry Farber and Johnny McGovern. Actively assisting were Paul McVeigh, Miriam Wolfe, Eddie Marr, Joseph Kearns, Jay Novello, Julian Upton, Sidney Miller, Herb Vigran, Byron Kane, and Shirley Mitchell. Anybody else?
Yes, Nathaniel.
Was played by Jack Benny. Jack, I've got a confession to make.
What is it, Fletcher?
After all the kidding we did on your program about the horn blows at midnight, I have to admit now that I never saw the picture.
You didn't?
I just couldn't bring myself to walk into the theater.
Why?
It's a complex I have, Jack, the fear of being alone.
Oh. Well, anyway, Fletcher, I want to tell you it was really nice doing this show for you tonight, and I promise you one thing. If I ever make another bad picture, you can have first crack at it.
Thank you, Jack. And by the way, just one more question before I give you your check.
Oh, the check. Yes. It slipped my mind.
Get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh. Yes, excuse me. What is it you wanted to ask me, Fletcher?
Well, you always kid so much about your age. Tell me, Jack, and be on the level this time. How old are you, really?
Fletcher, I'm 39. So long, Fletcher.
Goodbye, Jack, and see you again. You'll be listening to your regular program on CBS this coming Sunday night, and Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be your guests. Now it's for next week. Next week on the Ford Theater, we're going to have a story with music. Our star is Mr. Bing Crosby, and our story is one of his most recent films, Welcome Stranger. It's a pleasant portrait of a young doctor who goes to a small New England town so that the local physician can take his first vacation and then suddenly find himself an unwelcome stranger. We're very happy to have with Mr. Crosby Mr. Barry Fitzgerald playing his original role, and we'll be welcoming back Miss Ann Blythe for a return visit. We hope you'll be with us. And now until next week, until Bing Crosby, Ann Blythe, and Barry Fitzgerald in Welcome Stranger, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in the Ford Theater.
The Horn Barn Blows at Midnight was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the Academy-nominated Johnny Belinda, starring Jane Wyman and Lou Ayres. The Ford Motor Company invites you to join us again next week at this hour to hear Bing Crosby, Barry Fitzgerald, and Ann Blythe starring in Welcome Stranger. This is Frank Martin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In answer to many requests, here's Dennis with the famous old Scotch song, The Wig Wag Wiggle of the Kilt.
I'll never forget the day I went and joined the 93rd. The chums I used to run with said they thought I looked absurd. They saluted me and gathered me in a ring, and as they wagged me tar to kill, they all began to sing. He's a bra-bra, heel and laddie, private Jock McDade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wiggle, waggle, wiggle of the kilt. I am telling you, there's nothing like the skill of the bagpipes and the wiggle of the kilt. I'll never forget the day we were ordered on review. The king came down to see us and the queen was within too. As I marched by the royal coach, the king just shook his head. The queen put on her royal specs and looked at me and said, "He's a broad Highland laddie, private Jock Brigade. Well, there's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. There among the heather, oh, you can see he's Scottish built by the wiggle, waggle, wiggle out of the kilt. Oh, dear, he's too utterly. He's a bra, heel and laddie, private Jock McDade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built by the wiggle, waggle of the kilt. By the wag, a wiggly wiggle of the kilt. Hoot, man!
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, some months ago, when it first became apparent that our young hero Dennis Day and Mildred Anderson were serious about each other, his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, felt that Dennis wasn't good enough for her daughter. That opinion of Mrs. Anderson's has been altered somewhat by time. She now feels he isn't good enough for anyone's daughter. Mrs. Anderson has never been a woman of patience, and this morning she finally ran out of the little she had. So, without further ado, she summoned her cuter half to her side.
Herbert?
Yes, Angel Eyes.
I've decided this ridiculous romance between our daughter and that day boy has gone far enough. We're going to put a stop to it.
But, Oopsie, they're crazy about each other. Why, just the way we were at their age.
They're infatuated and nothing more.
Well, haven't you noticed the way he looks at her? Just like I used to look at you. With love and respect and desire and fear.
I've heard enough, Herbert. You're going to Dennis today and tell him he must give Mildred up.
Oh, Poopsie, I just can't. It's too cruel.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, now, suppose someone had broken up our marriage. What would I have today? No ties of any kind. Out every night in the week with a different... Well, maybe you're right. I'll talk to the boy. Dennis, my boy?
Yes, sir?
I have a message for you from headquarters.
What does she say?
It's been decided that when Mildred gets married, she must be supported in the style to which she is accustomed.
Gee, that's swell. We'll be very happy to live here.
Afraid you don't understand, my boy. Mrs. Anderson doesn't want you and Mildred to see each other anymore.
Not see each other anymore?
No.
But Mildred and I want to get married and have a home of our own and 3 or 4 children. It wouldn't be easy under those conditions.
I know, but you see, my wife feels that you're not making enough money at present.
Enough money for what?
Well, name it and you're not making enough.
Well, it's true that I use the simplified form for my income tax.
It is indeed. Gosh, you know, I hate to see you and Mildred break up, son, but you're making only $8 a week, and, well,
Yeah, I know.
You've asked Mr. Willoughby for a raise down at the drugstore, I suppose.
Sure, lots of times. He gets very upset. His eyes pop out and he starts to shake.
Oh, that isn't good for him.
It isn't good for me either. I'm what he shakes.
Well, let's think a minute. Now, when I was contemplating marriage, my boss let me invest in his business.
You mean he let you come in as a partner?
Yes. Unfortunately, the deal turned out very badly financially, but Pupsy married me anyway.
Gee, you got it coming and going, didn't you?
Well, nevertheless, I feel that a partnership in the drugstore is the only solution, Dennis. Now, suppose you sound out Mr. Willoughby today on putting $100 into his business.
Suppose he sounds me out on what $100?
Well, let's worry about that after you speak to Mr. Willoughby. You've got to try it, son. After all, you and Mildred have been going together for 7 months. You don't want to end up going together for 7 years, do you?
Gosh, no. We might forget what we started out for. I'll talk to Mr. Willoughby this morning. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis?
I've been thinking.
On company time, use your lunch hour for that kind of nonsense.
But, Mr. Willoughby, this is important. What would you say if I told you I wanted to invest some money in your business?
Some money?
Uh-huh.
My boy! My dear, dear boy! Here, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
How much money? 5,000? 3,000? 2,000? 1,000?
You're going in the right direction, but not fast enough.
Well, how much do you want to invest?
$100.
$100?
Here, have a cigar.
Thank you. Back to work, my boy.
Well, it was worth a try. I thought I could get my pay and a share of the profits instead of drawing a salary.
Wait a minute. Instead of drawing a salary?
Yes, sir.
Son, this is the time to invest in a sound business. Things are booming today like never before in history.
Really? Why, yesterday I heard you tell a customer business was never worse.
Well, you've got to expect little fluctuations from day to day.
Oh.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Dennis. For $100, I'll give you 3% of this drugstore's net profit.
Oh, boy, what'll that come to?
Well, if business picks up a little, nearly $7 a week.
Mr. Willoughby, I don't consider this a great step forward.
Well, Dennis, you don't want to be a wage slave all your life, do you?
I didn't, but it's beginning to look better to me now.
But a partnership doesn't mean only money, son. It means prestige. Can I ever say to you again, Dennis, sweep out this store?
No, sir.
No. From now on, it'll have to be, partner, sweep out this store.
Yes, sir, that's true.
Of course. I'll go back to my office right now and draw up a paper covering the whole thing. See you later, dear partner.
Gee, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. Every once in a great while I don't. But for $100, I ought to be getting more than...
Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mildred.
Daddy told me you were going to talk to Mr. Willoughby about a partnership. Did you?
Yeah, he's inside now drawing it up.
Oh, Dennis, how wonderful. At last you've taken your first step in the business world. And who knows where it'll end?
It can't go far. 7 more steps and I'll starve to death.
What do you mean?
Well, it turns out that partners get less money than wage slaves.
But, Dennis, you can't back out now. It's an investment in your future. Don't you want to prove to people that you're a man?
Well, I think I ought to let them rely on circumstantial evidence.
But don't you realize this partnership is our only chance? Mother won't let us see each other again if you don't take it.
But I don't even know where to get the $100.
Well, you could try the bank. They lend money to anybody who's considered a good risk, or even a fair risk.
Yeah, but I'm classified as foolhardy.
You're nothing of the kind. Go down to the bank and see Mr. Courtney personally, and tell him you want a loan.
Well, okay, I'll go. But I have a terrible premonition, a horrible feeling that somehow this is going to lead to another of my normal days.
Today.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Now, as two businessmen, let's talk about your collateral.
Okay, but we're liable to lose one of our businessmen.
Oh, come. You must have some sort of security, Mr. Day. Do you own a car, a house, some sort of property?
No, sir.
Anything of value at all?
I have a Boy Scout knife.
That's hardly adequate. However, we might possibly base the loan on your weekly earnings.
Better take the Boy Scout knife.
I see. Well, Mr. Day, do you think you could write the bank a note?
Oh, yes, sir. Is it its birthday or something?
I mean a promissory note.
Oh, one of those.
Yes, one of those.
What are they?
Yes, today I'm a very busy man. Suppose you leave your name and address, and if we don't get in touch with you very soon, it won't surprise me.
But, Mr. Courtney, really,
Please, Mr. Day, come in someday when I haven't quite so many personal troubles on my mind, but not today.
Oh, yes, sir. I guess you mean about your daughter and that French count. I read about it in the paper.
Yes, my daughter thinks she's in love with him. My own daughter losing her head over a pony like that. You know him?
No, sir, not personally. But I see him in the hardware store every once in a while buying stuff for his hair.
Stuff for his hair in a hardware store?
He uses Johnson's Glow Coat.
He would.
Mr. Courtney, I don't get many good ideas, but I think I've thought of one. Now, you'd give a lot to see that romance broken up, wouldn't you?
Anything in this world. Anything. Anything I ever had or hoped to have.
Would you give $150?
110 is my top offer. Well, what have you got in mind?
Well, Suppose another foreign nobleman was to come along, say a Spanish duke, and win your daughter away from this French count.
But then I'd be just as bad off as I am now.
Not if the Spanish duke was me, and after I got her, I dropped her like a hot potato.
By George, Day, you have brains.
It does sound like it today, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a great idea, my boy. A wealthy Spanish nobleman. Just perfect for a little gold digger like my daughter.
I won't fail you, sir.
Oh, I'm certain of it, son. Here's $110 in cash. Spend what you have to and keep the rest.
Gosh, what a roll. Wow. Gee, Andrew Jackson. I always wondered whose picture was on a $20 bill.
Senorita Courtney, permit me myself to introduce. I am...
Oh, of course. My father told me you were going to call on me. You're His Highness the Duke Ricardo Alvarez y Velasquez y Ramon de los Trujillo. Am I pronouncing it right?
If you are not, who is going to?
Well, do come in, Your Highness. Or may I call you by your first name?
Oh, see. Pick out anyone you like.
Oh, Ricardo, you're making fun of me.
You keep thinking that, no matter what anybody says.
You're cute. And Daddy tells me you're just enormously wealthy.
Oh, see. I am loaded.
I could tell when I saw the lovely bouquet you sent. A great many pesos went into it.
I told the girl only roses and gardenias. She must have put them in by mistake.
Ricardo, you silly boy. You're making fun of me again.
It was only a question of time.
Oh, I think you're just adorable. Did my father happen to mention to you anything about me being engaged?
Oh, see, to a man, I think he said.
Yes, but I think we can forget about him. You're so much nicer and richer.
Oh, see, I am the white sheep of my family.
Yes, isn't it wonderful? And you know, Ricardo, since I've been going out with the Count, Dad's cut off my allowance.
Huh?
There are any number of little things I'd love. That is, if you...
Oh, say no more about it. We'll go down to the 5 and 10 and run amok. Right up to $10.
Oh, Ricardo, you're adorable. That's the best joke yet.
This time I hoped I had missed.
There's the cutest little shop in Middletown. You especially will just adore it. We'll drive over.
But, Senorita, really, I don't think we should...
Oh, don't be silly. I don't object to your generosity in the least. That's the prerogative of royalty.
See. Huh?
Sure. Come on now, you can tell me all about your subjects in Spain as we walk to the car.
My subjects?
Yes. What are they like?
Oh, the same as here. History, chemistry, algebra.
Ricardo, you darling. Well, this is it, Ricardo, the shop I was telling you about. Look at the sign.
Senora Carmen Fernandez of Madrid. Genuine Spanish laces and... Miss Courtney, I don't like this place. I think it's run by foreigners.
Of course, you can talk to the senora in her native tongue.
This I am inclined to doubt.
Oh, silly. Come on. Senora Carmen, look what I brought you. A countryman of yours. A real duke.
I am glad to meet you, senora. But for the sake of the young lady, don't you think we should speak only English?
You're so right. Talking Spanish. Now, don't mind me at all. You two have a nice chat in your native language. Really? We don't wanna. I absolutely insist on it. Well, you better go first, Duke.
Managua, Nicaragua, La Paloma, Cheduma, senora.
San Luis Obispo de los Xavier Cugat, Tijuana.
Oh, sí.
What a beautiful liquid tongue Spanish is.
See, Senora Carmen and I understand each other, I think.
I'll say. Now let's get back to English. Would you like to see some merchandise, dearie?
Yes, there are. There are a few little things I could use.
Oh, I got some lovely things in, dearie. Look, isn't this a gorgeous negligee?
Oh, it is.
May I have it, Ricardo? The Duke is going to pay for it?
Why, yes.
This gives me pause. Cash or check, Duke?
Well, how much is it?
$125.
Oh, cash, of course. What's $1.25 to me? I got millions.
The price of the negligee happens to be $125.
Huh?
Wrap it up, Senora. Give her the money, Ricardo.
But
Give it to her, Ricardo.
But all I have here is 110, I'm sure.
Oh, well, that'll do fine, thanks. And I'll deliver it tonight.
Oh, thank you, darling. And I'll have her deliver it to you so you can give it to me tonight in person. Dennis?
See, but Who?
Oh, silly, I knew you all along. You're Dennis Day, the soda clerk in Willoughby's drugstore. You pretended to be a Spanish nobleman to meet me. Because you're in love with me.
Me? Oh, no, you're wrong, Miss Courtney. You're making a revolting development positively repulsive.
Don't try to hide it, Dennis. I knew when you bought that expensive negligee for me. I think you're the sweetest boy I've ever met. I'll never let you go again. Ever.
Well, Dennis, my boy, I guess there's only one thing for you to do. Drop dead.
Oh, my gosh, Dennis. And this Courtney girl's coming over here tonight?
Yeah, Mildred, and she said she'll never let go of me.
Oh, we've got to think of something. And fast.
Women. That's the trouble with this world. There's too many of them. If a person isn't a man, he's got to be a woman. There ought to be a third choice.
Wait a minute. Women. Suppose you convinced her that you couldn't be true to her. That you're a regular devil with the women.
Isn't there some idea that's less fantastic?
Oh, you can do it, Dennis. Don't you see? I'll come to the door with a telegram or something. And you pretend I'm a stranger and make violent love to me. When she sees how fickle you are, she'll never speak to you again.
Well, I'll try it, Mildred. And if it doesn't work, drop down to the bank and see me sometime. I'll be the third vice president from the left. Miss Courtney?
Yes, darling.
There's something I feel you should know. I could never be true to you. I believe in polygamy.
What?
Yeah. Strictly the gay life for me. Night after night. Nightclubs, parties, drinking champagne out of ladies' slippers. First removing the ladies, of course.
You mean you're girl crazy?
Yeah. I wouldn't be good for you, child. I'm just an old teabag in the cup of romance. I've been dunked too often.
One word of this nonsense.
Honest. I fall in love with every woman I meet. I just... Watch. This'll prove it. Wait till you see what happens to me when I see this girl. Come in. Ah, my dream girl. Stand there. Just let me look at you. Don't move from that spot.
So who's moving?
Oh, it's you. Dream girl, I'm mad about you. I can't live without you. I can't.
Force yourself.
Don't you understand? I'm mad about you.
Look, here's your negligee, and stay off the stuff, will you? It'll knock your brains out.
See what happens to me, Miss Courtney? And with every girl I see.
But you saw Senora Carmen this afternoon, and nothing happened.
I know. It's that night that the beast walks. There's another girl. Probably a telegram or something. But it'll happen again. You'll see. Come in. My dream girl, stand there. Just let me look at you. Don't move from that spot.
Dennis Day, have you gone crazy?
No, ma'am. I love you madly. Here's my arm, Dreamboat. Make port.
What?
Don't try to fight it, kid.
Kid?
Come on, let's pitch woo. Bet I can pitch it faster than you can catch it.
I've heard enough, Dennis Ray. I never want to see you again.
Come here, young man.
Wait, Mrs. Anderson. Wait.
Telegram for Dennis Day.
Mr. Day will be busy for a few minutes. Shove it under the door. Now, wait a minute. You stay where you are, and I'll shove Mr. Day under the door.
Mrs. Anderson, please. Wait, that's my green nose you're pulling. Wait.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our Colgate curtain goes up on a girl and a boy. The boy is having trouble, and he doesn't like it.
Doggone it, honey. How come you treat me like you do? You get me thinking things are solid with us, and then you quick freeze me like I was a raspberry.
Well, don't blame me. It's your own fault, Jim.
Then why not tell me what it is? Come on, honey child, name it.
Not me. On account of it's just too grim. But your dentist would name it, and he'd tell you what to do, Jim.
And here's what Jim found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and his orchestra, here's Dennis to sing his latest RCA Victor recording, Mamselle.
Just like wine does, no heart ever yearned the way that mine does for you. And yet I know too well someday you'll say goodbye. Then violins will cry and so will I, Mamselle. Just like wine does, no heart ever yearned the way that mine does for you. And yet I know too well
Dentist Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure to be with us again next week for another Dentist Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dentist Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Lovely Joan Bennett is another famous Hollywood star to rave over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, the new cake makeup sensation. Joan Bennett says, I'm wild over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake. So clever, so practical, with the makeup sponge in its own moisture-proof compartment right in the compact. Yes, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, for the first time, brings the makeup sponge right inside the case. Buy the new cake makeup sensation, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, at cosmetic counters today. Housewives know only too well how every penny counts these days, and here's an easy way to add more to your shopping budget. Dealers are now paying higher prices for used fats than ever before, so save used cooking fats and oils, turn them in for cash. Remember, too, industry urgently needs fats and oils to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. What's more, the shortage of fats and oils is a worldwide problem. So for your own good, use and reuse fats and oils as often as you can. When they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Voice of America presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Somebody once observed that a letter is an unannounced visitor, and a postman is thus the agent of impolite surprises. Well, it looks as though Dr. William Todder Hall is going to have a lot of epistolary company this morning when his wife Victoria brings an armful of letters into his study and says,
Darling, I know how busy you are this morning, so I've already sorted the mail. I took out all the ones addressed to Mr. and Mrs., and here's your batch.
The batch? Vicky, my sweet, I would hardly describe two as a batch. A batch is a quantity or number of anything coming at one time and treated as a set.
The set? Oh, I see, like a batch of tennis, so I just had my hair batched. Or a batching hen.
Well, for your information, which you may find useful on rainy afternoons, the origin of the word batch is the Anglo-Saxon bacon, to bake.
Oh, I always thought bacon was what you brought home from a horse race if you were lucky.
No, dear, that is B-A-C-O-N.
Oh.
Which brings up another interesting word association. The use of various edibles for the word money. Oh, there's cabbage, lettuce, dough, beans, sugar, berries, grapes.
Then you can have fish. Lend me 10 fish until payday.
Or just part of a fish. Lend me a fin. Or just a buck, which is a male deer, which is meat, which takes care of the whole subject, of which I was getting a little weary anyway.
It's hardly worth the time we spent on it.
But getting back, is there anything interesting in your batch of letters?
Nothing except there probably won't be a bachelor left in this college the day after graduation. These are all invitations to weddings.
Ah, yes. June plus graduation equals marriage. A mathematical equation which sometimes makes me feel that despite my concern with administrative and academic problems, I am, in the final analysis, simply a marriage broker.
Business is flourishing and everyone is going to live happily ever after.
Well, some people have scornfully referred to colleges as matrimonial bureaus.
But don't stop, darling. Louise'll get it.
Oh, to be sure, it is not the purpose of an educational institution to provide mates and helpmates for its inmates. But since marriage, as I can fervently testify, is the desideratum, the summum bonum, then I can...
Hello, Grogan.
Hey, are you folks busy?
No busier than usual at this time of year.
Yeah, this time of year. I'd like to rewrite the calendar, leaving out June entirely.
Why, what's the matter with the joyous month of June?
Who enjoys it? Maybe you and your bride, not me.
Well, is this a general mood of depression, Grogan, or something particular?
I'm up to my neck in particulars.
Well, come on. Don't just stand there. Give us a particular.
House mothers.
What?
Oh, all of a sudden they love me. They can't live without me. How can you hold a dance without Grogan? And all on the same night in 17 different places.
That's a tribute to your ability as an officer of the law and your graceful presence as a gentleman, Grogan.
It's ruining my digestion, that's what it is. 17 different kinds of cake in one night. Yeah, but I didn't come over here to talk about myself, Doc. I got another beef.
You have a beef?
I just used the word in what you might call a slang way.
Colloquial.
Idiomatic.
That's right, idiomatic. And if that idiot is no way for me to talk about a professor, even if he is, which he is. Look, Doc, you know I got nothing against education.
Oh, on the contrary, Grogan, you have viewed our educational activities with considerable tolerance.
And you've been very nice to the students, even in their more irrational moments, too, when they're being what we might call non-campus mentis.
Well, I'm glad to do it, whatever it is. Anyway, if I may be permitted to say so, and who's going to stop me, some of your teachers need an education in the facts of life.
Oh, we all do, Grogan. Teachers are human beings doing their best to teach other beings the human values. As H.G. Wells said in his Undying Fire, teaching is the greatest of all tasks. It is to ensure that man the divine, grows in the souls of men. An untaught man is but himself alone, as lonely in his ends and destiny as any beast. A man instructed is a man enlarged from that narrow prison of self into participation in an undying life. That began we know not when, that grows above and beyond the greatest of the stars. Well, that's what H.G. Wells said about teachers.
Well, I ain't no H.G. Wells, and I don't make no broad statements. I don't say all teachers is inhuman. I just got one of them in mind. Him and his corny jokes. Jokes, did I say? May heaven strike this laughter from me lips.
Well, would you care to be more specific in your...
He doesn't have to be more specific for me, William. I'm sure he means Professor Heaslip.
None other than the same.
Well, now, Professor Heaslip has certain mannerisms. We all do. But, Grogan, I must assure you that the head of our English department is thoroughly competent.
Competent in the head, maybe, but no compassion in the heart. He won't even give a girl a break.
For what girl?
Well, maybe you don't know, but it's Caroline Swanson. Lives off the campus in a boarding house. Now, folks, you know I ain't sentimental.
Oh, of course not. Heart of stone, Grogan.
Oh, it's completely unemotional, except with dogs, children, and the first 8 bars of Mother McCree.
Well, anyway, that poor kid. Husband is overseas in the army. Her working part-time and the studying and the worrying. Just trying to keep her head above water. And this professor throws her an anvil.
Now, I'm sure that whatever Professor Heaslip has done has been only in the performance of his duty.
It's his duty to send her the examination papers.
What's the matter with her, Grogan? Is she ill?
Not exactly, but the doctor told her she had to stay in bed, and Heaslip said it was too bad, but he couldn't make no exception. And she would have to come to class to take the exam or else.
Well, if she's under a doctor's care, that is certainly an extenuating circumstance. However, it is not unusual at this particular time of the year for students to develop strange symptoms. Blue book allergy.
Compound fracture of the thesis.
Inflammation of the curriculum.
Oh, she ain't really sick. She's going to have a baby.
Oh, a baby. Oh, and with her husband overseas, and she's here all alone.
Oh, well, a baby. Is it very... is this child... well, how imminent is the... is it...
It ain't imminent at all. It's going to be almost any minute.
And Professor Heathcliff is being unsympathetic.
I imagine Professor Heathcliff must have been so involved in trends of 18th century prose that he was unable to recognize an act of God when he heard about it. But thank you for bringing this to my attention, Grogan.
Well, that's why I come here. It ain't exactly in my department, but I figured that you'd know what to do about it. So now, it's your baby. So long, folks.
Oh, Grogan. Yes. Almost the first thing you'll notice about our Mr. Grogan is that he isn't sentimental.
No, he isn't. He cries at card tricks. Did you ever watch him after graduation when the students start making their round of farewells? He suddenly develops a terrible head cold.
Yeah, I know. It kind of makes your eyes water. But, darling, now we've got to get in touch with Caroline Swanson right away.
Yes, she must be Donald Swanson's wife. He was graduated last year, and I did hear that he'd gone into the army. Appropriately enough, into the infantry.
I know who she is now. She's a very pretty girl. Works part-time in the campus knit shop. Very foresighted of her. I hope she gets a discount.
Vicky, I suppose it would be pointless to try to explain this kind of human problem to Professor Heathcliff.
Oh, yes. He probably thinks a bassinet is some kind of medieval musical instrument.
And a crib, something his students are doing behind his back. Well, I shall take the matter into my own hands.
Oh, good for you. Go right over Heathcliff's head.
No, I shall not go over his head, Vicky. I shall meet him head on. I shall call upon him, collect the questions, and supervise the conduct of the examination in person.
Oh, darling, I love you when you get that determined look on your face. And if you don't mind my quoting your own James Russell Lowell, all the beautiful sentiments in the world weigh less than a single lovely action. It was awfully nice of you to want us for Saturday night, Mrs. Merriweather, but Dr. Hall's been out all afternoon, so I'll have to call you later after I've spoken to him. You see, yes, goodbye. It's just 5:30. Well, I'd better tell Louise that dinner will be a bit late. I wonder what's keeping the... Hello?
Hello, Vicky?
Oh, were you trying to get me, darling?
Yes,
I was just talking to Mrs. Merriweather. They've invited us for dinner on Saturday night.
Vicky.
But I told her I'd have to ask if we had anything on, you see, and then
Vicky, I haven't
she said
time now.
after that...
Vicky!
Well, what's the matter, darling?
Caroline Swanson.
Oh, of course, the examination. How's it going?
No, she's going. Vicky, she's going to have the baby.
Yes, I know that. Oh, what now?
Yes, dear, right now. I'm taking her to the General Hospital. If anyone calls, refer them to the maternity ward.
Well, they'll probably think the ambulance picked up the wrong member of the family, but I'll tell them.
No. Just explain that I am acting in loco parentis as a Latin term, meaning that with the father absent, someone else has to go crazy.
The Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
And now to return to the Halls of Ivy. It's later that evening, and we find Mrs. Hall just entering the Ivy General Hospital in search of Dr. Hall.
Dr. Tyndall. Dr. Tyndall, you're wanted in surgery. Dr. Tyndall, report to surgery.
Excuse me, nurse, but could you tell me where I might find Mrs. Donald Swanson?
Mrs. Swanson? Just a moment, please. Oh, yes, that's a maternity case, 3rd floor. But you can't see her now. I think Mr. Swanson's in the father's waiting room, though.
Mr. Swanson, but that's impossible. He's in Korea. And that... Oh, yeah, that Mr. Swanson, yes. Thank you, nurse. Excuse me, nurse. Could you tell me where is the waiting room for maternity cases?
Right down the hall and to your left. Who are you waiting for?
Mrs. Donald Swanson.
Oh, yes. Well, it'll be some time yet. You're a relative?
Yes, well, that is...
Well, I think I saw Mr. Swanson in the waiting room a few moments ago.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you very much, nurse. Mr. Swanson, I presume.
Darling, I'm so glad you... Mr. Swanson?
It seems that in the confusion, nobody's been told that the father is overseas, so the nurses think that you're Mr. Swanson.
Good heavens, they do?
I'm supposed to be a relative, too. They're very strict about visitors.
Well, I'm relieved that you're here, my sweet. This is quite a nervous business. After a life neatly regulated by the clock and classroom bells and undeviating schedules, this uncertainty is... Wouldn't you think that nature, being a mother herself, would arrange these things with a little more efficiency?
What do the nurses say? Have you asked them?
No, dear, I haven't. For some unaccountable reason, I'm afraid to ask them the simplest questions. I shouldn't say unaccountable either. It's just that all nurses treat the rest of us as congenital idiots.
Oh, yeah. I know. You say, what day is it, nurse? And they say, no, we're not going anywhere, dear.
I think it's their use of the editorial we that intimidates me. Shall we have our bath now? Well, look what we have for our dinner. Some lovely mashed turnips and skimmed milk. We must get a good sleep because we are having our basal metabolism in the morning. Yes, it's that we. Gives the impression of speaking for a powerful and sinister organization.
And the terrifying abbreviations. Have you ever heard them talking amongst themselves? One nurse will say to another, did 323 have his EKJ? Yes, but it was NSG, so they're doing a PDQ first thing in the AM.
Yes, that is, if his COD can bear up under the AFL. Then they pat their little starched caps, swish their little starched skirts, and take their little starched conversation down the hall.
Well, starch or no starch, they're mighty handy to have around.
Yes.
Let me go ask them how Caroline's doing.
Oh, I've already asked them that. And I've already had the answer, an exasperating ambiguity. She's doing fine, just fine. But, Vicky, hasn't she been doing fine for an awfully long time now? I mean, I've been here since 6 o'clock.
Now, Toddy, now relax, as if you hadn't got enough on your mind. All the preparations for graduation, and here you are, standing in for an absentee father when you should be home, writing a speech about education for the future.
Well, in a way, I'm doing what you might call field work on that subject. Why, I've already held up 5 expectant fathers, and just between ourselves, Vicky, it's not as easy as passing out diplomas. As a matter of fact, one of them passed out in my arms.
One of the diplomas?
No, I guess I'm not making much sense. But, Vicky, do you realize that we might sit here for months, perhaps years, behind an antiseptic iron curtain, forever speculating on what really goes on in the minds of these angels of mercy?
Oh, now, darling, there's a good reason for the way nurses act. The less they tell you, the less there is for you to worry about.
Yes, I suppose so. But you know, Vicky, this has given me an idea for the curriculum of our medical school. Using as text a book called The Stork, Symbol of Fatherhood. What a clumsy bird, the stork, with no sense of timing. Long legs to facilitate floor pacing. Red eyes denoting sleepless nights. A long neck for stretching around hospital corridors. And a big bill for services rendered. The book would also include... Grogan, come in. Glad to see you.
Well, come and join the reception line.
Well, you'd think somebody would have told me. How's it going?
Well, that, Grogan, is my own unrequited question. I've been reduced to mute expectancy and silent patience.
I know. Listen, Doc, I was one of 14 kids. The fifth, I think. No, the fourth. So I helped my pop wait up for 10 of them. And when we was waiting for me brother Aloysius, Pop and me slipped out to the ballpark, seen a doubleheader, and got back with half an hour to spare. That's why Aloysius was always my favorite brother. He was so considerate to get born in the daytime.
Dr. Schulman, you're wanted in maternity. Dr. Schulman, this is an emergency.
Well, I wonder if that's Caroline's, Dr. William.
Schulman? No, I don't think so. She called her Dr. Carter, I believe.
Oh, Doc Carter? I just went in there in the drugstore at the corner having a sandwich. Oh, so you got plenty of time to kill. Hey, how's about me scaring up a deck of cards? Maybe we could play a little auction pinochle.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the game, Grogan.
I learned it from the stage-hands myself. Even now I can't play it unless I'm sitting in a draft with the orchestra tuning up.
Well, how's about some penny-ante poker?
No. Poker's a little out of my line, too. I play it so badly that even with aces wired and sitting under the gun with the case ace in the discard...
That's enough, Doc. That's enough. Teaching somebody to play poker that talks like that, I might just as well hand you my paycheck. No, sir, I'm no pigeon.
Very smart of you, Grogan. Dr. Hall plays poker like a riverboat gambler. You would be a pigeon to take him on.
Pigeon? You know, I've always been interested in how that stout-bodied, self-assured bird, well able to take care of itself, was chosen as the symbol for one who is victimized. Now, you take the pouter pigeon, a variety which I've see why the meadowlark, one of the most common of all birds, is also one of the most popular. And then, of course, Grogan, there is the celebrated nightingale. You remember Keats's ode, "Thy plaintive anthem fades past the near meadows, over the still stream up the hillside, and now 'tis buried deep in the next valley glades. Was it a vision or a waking dream? Fred, is that music?
I beg your pardon.
Do I wake or sleep?
You'll really have to be more quiet. This is a hospital, you know.
Oh.
And there are patients sleeping.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry, nurse. I didn't realize.
Yes. Well, just so you keep your voices down, please.
Yes.
She has probably had a very unhappy love life. Don't pay no attention to that hatchet puss.
She was right, Grogan. Was I really shouting, Vicky?
Oh, no, Toddy. You were just a little carried away by Keats. But it was lovely.
Yeah, sure pretty, Doc. I'm a city kid myself. I don't know nothing about boys. Except I used to get them all the time. Only boy's nest I ever seen was in my sister's house.
But how in the world did I get started on the subject of bird life?
Well, it was a triple play, darling. Pinochle to poker to pigeon.
Ah, yes. Well, under the circumstances, I think we'd better try patience. Yet can I not of such tame patience boast as to be hushed and naught at all to say?
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, nurse. Was I talking too loudly again?
Oh, no, not at all. As a matter of fact, you can shout if you want now. Congratulations, it's a boy, Mr. Swanson. An 8-pound boy.
Yes, darling. I've been revising my address for graduation. It seems that my experience of last night has led me to invest more vitality and hope into the subject of facing the future. But, Vicky, you went to the hospital this morning. Were you able to see Caroline?
Yes, darling, she's fine. And the baby is such a little dolly. It's blue-eyed and bald as a knee. And, she's naming him Donald Todd Hunter Swanson.
Todd Hunter? Mm-hmm. Oh, no, well, that wasn't necessary at all. No, I don't think she should have done that. After all, did she really? Very interesting.
Well, darling, she's terribly grateful to you, and she's such a sweet girl,
Excuse me, darling. Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, hello, Professor Heathcliff. How did it go? Oh, splendid. 7 pounds, 14 ounces, a boy. Oh, you mean the examination. Well, well, I have postponed it. The exact date will depend upon the availability of a babysitter. Incidentally, Professor, how's your schedule? Yes. Well, I'll be in touch with you, Professor. Goodbye.
What did he say?
He said, with characteristic originality, that circumstances alter cases, and considering the merits of this case, the quality of mercy is not strained. And he finished up with the eloquent observation that now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party.
Professor Heathcliff said that. Oh, Toddy, he's slipping.
He slipped? Oh, Vicky, very good. Oh. After all I've been through.
Well, be brave, darling. Anyway, Toddy, you were a dear to stand by when Caroline was having her baby. This is not the regular duty of a college president, you know.
I know, my darling, but time was of the essence. Besides, the idea of this young mother, alone here at Ivy with no one else at hand. Oh, of course, she was prepared to go it alone without asking for help. But after all, when one's sympathy is enlisted and not drafted, the enlistment must be served.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colgan. Grogan is played by James Gleason, and the nurses were Janet Warren and Jean Tatum. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of the Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Well, tonight is certainly an important one in the life of our hero, Mel Blanc, for it marks the date that Mel and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, have been engaged for 4 years. Other young couples remember their dates, too, in Mel Blanc's little town, for in the Adams household we hear Susan Adams saying,
And
Mary, what are these lovely roses for?
Well, the first time we met, you wore roses in your hair.
And in the Davis household, we hear Shirley Davis saying,
Roy, what is this beautiful orchid for?
Well, the first time we met, you wore an orchid on your dress.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel and Betty have met, Betty is saying,
Mel, what are these pretty handkerchiefs for?
Don't you remember, Betty? The first time we met, I had a cold.
Betty was very happy that Mel remembered, but she got a much bigger thrill when Mel showed her...
Mel, a wedding ring.
Yours, Betty. Ain't it a beaut? 5 diamonds.
Oh, Mel, it's gorgeous.
Of course, you really can't tell just from this picture.
When am I going to get it?
Betty, you can have the whole catalog right now. Of course, I won't buy the ring until I get your father's consent. That's what worries me.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. Father will surely give his consent. You think he dislikes you because he always says, Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
Well, he doesn't say it because he's a chiropractor.
Oh, gosh, married. Mel, I get goose pimples every time I think about it. What about you?
Betty, remember how we first met?
Yes. You came over to my house to fix the antenna on the roof.
Yeah. The birds were singing, but I didn't hear them. The sun was shining, but I didn't see it.
You didn't?
No, don't you remember I fell off the roof and was unconscious for 2 hours? And remember how the next week we went for our first walk in the park?
And you carved our initials in the tree. What a kick I got out of it.
I got a kick out of it, too, from the park attendant.
You know something, Mel? I've always looked forward to the day when I'll be Mrs. Blank.
Gosh, Betty, you can't be Mrs. Blank. That's my mother's name. It belongs to her.
Well, I can still have it.
No, you can't. It's my dear old mother's.
Oh, stop being ridiculous, Mel Blanc.
I will not. And if you don't like it, you can... Gosh, Betty, the way we're acting, you'd think we were already married.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father. Now, be calm.
Yeah.
And remember, just tell him you want to marry me.
All right, Betty.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Mr. Colby, I want to marry you. I mean...
Now, look here, you nincompoop. I was expecting this today. For 4 years, you've been asking me if you can marry Betty, and for 4 years, I've given you the horse laugh. Doesn't that prove something?
Yes, that you're a horse. I mean...
Father, I want to get married. After all, how long can I go on just being engaged?
Yeah, pretty soon people will be saying, she's lovely, she's engaged, she's 65.
Look at my girlfriend, Kay Gibbs. Kay's been married 5 times already.
Poor girl. Always a bride and never a bridesmaid.
See what I mean, Betty? Oh, I'm not going to waste my time here any longer. Betty, I don't mind your getting married, but not to this lazy, stupid, nonsensical, idiotic...
Gosh, he used to have a much bigger vocabulary than that. Oh, this is awful, Betty. It looks like I'll never get to be your husband. I won't be able to do the little things for you.
You won't be able to run errands for me?
I won't be able to wash dishes.
You won't be able to buy things for me and spend money on me?
Yeah. What am I crying about? Maybe I'm better off single. Hey, wipe your eyes, Betty. Here comes Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel. What's the matter? You're looking so terrible.
Well, Professor, Mr. Colby said I can't marry Betty.
Well, that's too bad, but remember, Mel, there are plenty of fish in the ocean.
Professor, I don't want to marry a fish. Gosh, I'm miserable.
I will never forget how miserable I was when my wife double-crossed me.
Well, how do you know she did that, Professor?
Well, Mel, you know in every house there are towels marked his and hers?
Yeah?
One day I came home and found one marked Joe. And then 2 weeks later, the same thing.
Another towel marked Joe?
No, Joe himself. But it didn't bother me. What she looked like shouldn't happen to a dog.
You mean a dog?
No, a duck. She had webbed feet. Now, maybe it's better you don't get married.
And don't say that, Professor. Betty and I love each other. She wants to be part of me, and I want to be part of her. We want to be part of each other.
It's going to be very confusing getting dressed in the morning. Betty, suppose you told your father you were going to get married and brought around all your fellows for your father to pick out tonight.
Well, what good would that do?
Oh, I got a great idea. We get 3 very stupid, ignorant fellows to make Mel look good by comparison.
Why, that's wonderful. And all we have to do is get 3 fellows more stupid than Mel. Well, we could get...
Professor, you got any other ideas? Hey, wait a minute. We could get Zuki to be one of your boyfriends, Betty, and I myself could be the other 2 fellas.
Now, that's wonderful. And it wouldn't be hard for you to act stupid. I mean, you can disguise yourself. Oh, I'm going to run and tell Father.
Oh, okay, Betty, so long. Oh, Potchnick, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it?
I don't know, Mel. I just took one look at you, and it came to me like that.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mel and Betty have hatched a plan whereby they hope to convince Mr. Colby that Mel is good enough to marry Betty. Mel and Zuki are going to pretend to be very stupid suitors, thereby hoping to make the real Mel look good by comparison. Mel's a little worried about the whole thing, but despite that, he's still able to concentrate on his problems in the fix-it shop. Right now, he's tackling the job of adjusting a prized gun which a worried customer has brought to him. Deftly, his expert hands probe the intricate mechanism.
Gosh, pretty soon I'll have to go up there and act stupid.
With nimble fingers, he dismantles and inspects the pieces.
I hope Zuki plays his part right.
Now, having checked the firing pin, cleared the barrel, and adjusted the sights, he carefully raises the gun to his shoulder and presses the trigger.
There you are, Sonny. Your pop gun's all fixed. No, you don't have to pay me. Keep the bubble gum. Well, if it isn't my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Say, didn't I see you in Murphy's Bar and Grill last night with a zombie?
Mel, I wasn't even out with my wife.
What's the matter, mighty potentate? You seem out of breath.
Well, I am, Mel. I'm all pooped out. You see, I've been shopping with my wife.
Well, what'd she buy?
Well, she bought one of those sealskin outfits. You know, sealskin coat, sealskin hat, sealskin bag.
How does she look?
I don't know, Mel. Every time she opens her mouth, I feel like throwing her a fish. What a woman.
Oh, you're prejudiced, mighty potentate. I saw Mrs. Cushing the other day, and she was very nice, smiling at everyone.
That's those new teeth she bought. They're 2 sizes too large.
I thought she already had one set.
Mel, my wife's mouth goes so much she has to have 2 sets. They work in 12-hour shifts. Awful. I can't even get any sleep.
No sleep?
That's right. All night long, out of sheer force of habit, they sit on the night table and talk to each other.
Oh, your wife doesn't talk a lot, does she?
Ha! Mel, you've heard of people who carry a conversation. Well, my wife will ship it anywhere you want. Yada, yada, yada. It's like being married to the Railway Express. Rain, sleet, or snow, nothing stops her.
Well, why don't you give her a hint? Get a set of those monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Oh, Mel, we've got him. You know what happens when my wife starts to talk?
The monkeys all put their hands over their ears?
No, they all get up and go home. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I got low in the doctor.
Gosh, it's getting late. I gotta go.
What's the matter, Mel?
Well, you see, Betty and I want to get married.
You want to get married? Mel, why ruin a beautiful friendship?
Well, that's the point, mighty potentate. Betty's father won't even let us get hitched.
Hitched? Mel, take my advice. Before marriage, it's hitched. After the marriage, it's hung.
Oh, that wouldn't happen to my marriage. Betty's as sweet as sugar.
All right, get married, then watch how sugar is rations. Well, good luck up at the Colby house, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Where are you going?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see It's a Wonderful Life, or I can go home and see the part they cut out of the picture. Hello, Mel.
Goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Now to get to the Colby house. Gosh, this is going to be tough. Acting like two other stupid fellas in love with Betty. If I act too stupid, Mr. Colby's liable to get suspicious and think it's me. I wonder how Zuki is making out.
Well, Betty, it's 8:45. None of your suitors have arrived yet.
Oh, they will, Father. And tonight you'll have to select one of them. I'm tired of being single. Oh, I'll get that, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mr. Daddy.
Snooky, you want to marry Betty?
Why not? She's a girl, and I'm a
Well?
Give me a chance, I'll think of something.
But, Zuki, why do you want to marry Betty?
Well, because she's intelligent. She's a good cook. Well, she's very she's
Zuki, is that the only reason?
Oh no, Betty and I have big plans. By the time we're married, 6 months, we want to have four.
Zuki! Zuki!
Can't we have even one dog? and then we're going to have children, too. Gee, Betty, just think. If your father lets us get married, in a couple of years we'll have a little boy. Gee, I can hear him calling us now. Imami. Papa!
Well, Zuki, before I let you marry Betty, what are your qualifications?
Oh, well, I've got a college degree. I got a lot of money. I got a lot of stocks in the beat bun. I got. Well, that lets me out. Goodbye.
Well, Betty, that's quite a surprise to me, Zuki wanting to marry you.
Father, you may have a lot of surprises tonight.
Oh, it must be another young man. I'll get it.
Howdy, Bob. Think the frost will affect the potatoes in Idaho this year?
Say, what's that I smell?
You ever hear of bluegrass perfume?
Is that the bluegrass you're wearing?
Nope. This is the stuff that makes the bluegrass grow. Well, hi, Betty. Hey, to tell you, Paul, how much I love you.
Well, not yet, but I will.
What's your name?
My name's Tex.
Where are you from?
Mississippi. Then why do you call yourself Tex?
Better than being called Miss. Gosh, Betty, you sure look pretty tonight. Just like the cover girl on this month's Corn Cob Chronicle. Miss Golden Bantam of 19 and 47.
Well, thank you, Tex. Well, Father, can we get married?
Just a second, Tex. I have to find out more about you. What about your family?
Well, I'm mighty glad you asked. I happen to have this picture in my pocket. There's my ma and pa and the kids. Sam, Jake, Luke, Tom, Fred, Zeke, Rose.
Shall I make some tea?
Yes. Bill, Pete, Dick, John, Lulabella, Judy.
Cream or lemon?
Both. Will, Ike, Bruce, Lloyd, Sandy, Robert, not too sweet. Stuart, Shirley, Dottie, Stephen, Mitchell.
Is that all?
Nope, 2 lumps. Henry, Sherwood, Al. And over here in the corner, their adopted son, Max. 17 brothers and 15 sisters.
How come so many kids in the family?
Well, it seems the first 2 was boys, and ever since then, Ma and Pa have been trying to even out the score. Well, so long, Betty. Let me know if your Pa said yes, huh?
Well, Betty, to put it mildly, I'm a bit surprised at your choice.
Well, you see, Father, Mel isn't so bad.
Well, this must be another suitor. I'll open the door.
Does Betty Colby live here? Oh, hello, Betty.
Just a second. I'm not Betty.
Boy, am I glad. Mr. Colby, before I accept your daughter in marriage, I want to know just what you have to offer.
What I have to offer?
Come on, now, that was my question. After all, you're not talking to a moron, you know. There's only one like me in the entire country. Harvard will verify that.
Betty, do you want to marry this person?
Yes, if you'll have me.
Young man, what do you do for a living?
Oh, people are always offering me jobs. Yesterday I got a job emptying garbage pails, but I had to quit.
Why?
Well, in 2 hours my pockets were filled to the brim. Well, last week I worked at a carnival. I got paid double.
What did you do?
But they was using my head to dodge baseballs.
Well, why should they pay you double?
They used the other side for a dart game.
Now, just a second. Your stupidity seems a little familiar.
I gotta go now. So long, Betty.
Betty, I'm completely flabbergasted by your taste in man. Frankly, I don't know who to choose for you to marry now.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mr. Colby, sir. Nice to see you, sir. You're looking fine, sir. Have a cigar, sir.
Ah, Mel, my boy. Earlier today, you asked me whether you could marry Betty. Well, I'm happy to say.
Mr. Colby, not really.
Yes, son. Betty, you can get married. Any one of the other 3.
Now, don't be so downhearted. I still love you.
Thanks, Betty. Someday I'll make your father give us consent.
Anyway, Mel, we've had 4 lovely years together.
That's right, Betty. We've had 4. Now, would you care to try for 8?
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can ask of a dentifrice. It makes an amazing foam, lively, fast-working, penetrating. As soon as this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder gets foaming in your mouth, things happen. It cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. In 7 cases out of 10, it's actually been proved that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate Tooth Powder gives thrilling results. For it cleans your teeth so beautifully that it brings out their full, natural brilliance. That's why Colgate Tooth Powder is called the all-purpose dentifrice. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate Tooth Powder.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
There is a worldwide shortage of fats and oils, so won't you please save every drop of fat that you can. Put it in a tin and turn it in. Your butcher will gladly pay you a high price for it. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Basil Rathbone, Fulton Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your Ford dealer. It has been years since any new development in trucks has created such a sensation as the new line of Ford trucks. In the first place, they're tomorrow. Sunday night again. Here comes Fred Allen and his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred turns to lock his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland, gee. Portland, what is that poster you just tacked up on the telephone pole?
This is Natural Health Week.
Natural Health Week. Well, it's about time we had a health week. Lately, we've had nothing but disease weeks. Sinus week, have your appendix out week, get a friend to look in and see if your tonsils are infected week.
If people observe Natural Health Week, they'll live forever.
Oh, that's bad. If people live forever, what will become of the undertakers?
They'll all be busy.
Busy doing what?
Burying doctors.
You mean if people are all healthy?
The doctors will starve to death.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The doctors are so rushed today, they're calling the latest sickness Virus X. They haven't even got time to think up a name for it. I read that some doctor's laboratory uptown is selling mouse milk for $10,000 a quart. Only a quart to a customer, 1 quart.
How do they milk the mouse?
Well, they use tweezers and a small Dixie cup. And a man with a light touch, I understand. Told to me on excellent authority, which I checked out later in the What'd he say? That's awful. I'm stealing from Mari Amsterdam.
I never heard of mouse milk.
Well, I tell you what, they have a mouse dairy uptown. If you pass there at sundown, just before milking time, you can hear the mice mooing in their stalls out there and chewing their junior cuds as the day comes to a close. Well, Portland, what's new this week?
Billy Rose just got back from a trip round the world.
Oh, I saw him in Lindy's. Happened to look under a table, and he was standing there. With his hat on, too. They have Billy spent 2 days in London and came back with a British accent.
Oh, I heard when Billy Rose goes to his country home,
He lives like an English gentleman.
He rides to the hounds?
He doesn't have to.
Well, why not?
With Billy Rose's money, the hounds come to him.
Oh, say, the dogs are going to the Rose, eh? Well, this is getting silly, Portland. I think I'll go along and get my paper.
May I come too?
Oh, sure. Come on, let's take a walk down Main Street.
What does the paper say?
Say, here's a political ad. Look at this. Alonzo Squires is running for the city council in Charlotte, North Carolina. Imagine he's got an ad way up here in the New York paper. Look at this, a thought for today. What is this?
The emptiest man in the world is the man who is full of himself.
Say, here's something. Don't bother with that. We'll take it up. I'll ask questions later. Here's something. Look at this. The Secretary of the National Education Association says that schools are not neglecting the 3 R's, and that he also claims here the techniques of teaching are vastly improved.
Do you think the methods of teaching are better?
Say, it's so long since I went to school, I don't even know, Portland. I tell you, I'll ask some people now as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along, drooling on his lapel to keep his gardenia fresh. Pardon me, sir.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, sir.
Don't hem and haw, son. Shoot it to me. What's on your mind?
Well,
Let's go, son. I'm busier than the glutton loose in a pantry.
You're busy?
Yeah, me and Harry opened the baseball season down in Washington. Harry threw out the first ball.
Did the president enjoy participating?
You couldn't stop him. The way things are going, Harry will play ball with anybody.
Good.
Harry couldn't wait to throw that first ball out to the Washington team.
Why?
It was the first time this year the Senators took anything from Harry.
Senator, I noticed that Governor Dewey went to the Yankee game.
Yeah, I seen the picture in the paper, son.
Yes?
First, I didn't recognize Governor Dewey with that mustache.
No?
I thought it was some man eating a Hershey bar sideways.
Oh, I read that Mr. Dewey is going to Europe.
Well, he's doing the smart thing, son.
Going to Europe?
When he comes back, Dewey's going to enter the country as an immigrant and start all over.
Well, Senator, what about scattered applause? You notice I'll let it accumulate and give it to you in a lump later. Senator, what about our question tonight? Do you think the techniques of teaching at school have improved?
Well, son, the foundation of our American school is the 3 R's.
The American. What about foreign schools?
Russia has the 3 R's.
Russia has the 3 R's?
Poland's ours, Hungary's ours, and Bulgaria's ours.
Well, how about teaching in this country, Senator?
Well, son, the greatest teacher in the U.S. today is little old Harry Truman.
He's the greatest teacher?
At the last election, Harry taught 40 million Republicans a lesson. So long, son. So long, Eddie.
Now, come on, Portland. What are you stopping for?
Look at this sign.
Outside the tavern?
It says no parking.
Let me see. No parking near tavern. This is a loading zone.
Station.
Who?
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bub.
That's some suitcase you have there.
Yeah, it's cellophane.
A cellophane suitcase? Why, look, you can see right through it.
Comes in mighty handy.
Well, how?
If I'm looking for something, I hold up my suitcase.
Yeah?
If I can't see what I'm looking for, I know I got it on.
Well, that's... Well, Mr. Moody, about this school business. Now, do you think the teaching methods have improved?
Oh, shucks, I don't know nothing about school.
Oh, really?
No, my whole family was so ignorant there was a law against us.
You were really ignorant, eh?
My pa not only didn't know nothing, he didn't suspect nothing. My ma, she drowned 2 of my brothers before she knew they was children.
Hey, that's pretty bad.
And my uncle, Snavely Moody...
Yes?
He didn't even know he was supposed to wash himself. Not till he see a cat doing it.
He got the idea from the cat, eh?
Every Saturday night, my uncle would sit around in front of the stove lapping himself.
Well, tell me, how do you feel about learning?
Why, everything depends on the teacher.
I see.
The little country school I went to, the teacher taught arithmetic by counting off her toes to the class.
Oh, the teacher would count on her toes?
She'd put her 2 big bare feet up on the desk.
Yes.
But the little toe on her right foot was missing.
Well, did the missing toe bother her arithmetic teaching?
Oh, it sure did.
How?
Till I was 40-year-old, I thought 5 and 5 was 9. So long, fellas.
Look, Portland, a new bakery just opened on Main Street.
Oh, Mama says it's run by a midget.
How does your mother know the bakery is run by a midget?
All they sell is shortcake.
Oh, I see. Well, I get it. Very good, semi-clever, I'd say.
Look who's coming out of the bingo game.
Mrs. Nussbaum, tell me, how did you do playing bingo?
My luck a horseshoe should have.
You are not bringing home the bacon?
Not to my home. I couldn't stop tonight. I'm in a hurry. I couldn't talking anymore.
What, Mrs. Nussbaum?
It's too bad Mrs. Nussbaum couldn't stop.
What do you know? Well, it's all right. I tell you, I'll try this little man coming along carrying the green flag. Hi, buddy. Oh, how do you do? Ajax Cassidy. What is that green flag with the gold harp on it, Ajax?
Erin Gobra.
You mean you're celebrating?
Haven't you heard the news, you heathen infidel? Ireland is free.
Have you been celebrating all week?
Me boy, as soon as word reached Kerrigan's, we all drank a toast to the Republic.
Yes.
Then we drank a toast to Eamon de Valera.
Yes.
Next, a toast to King George.
Yes.
Then a toast to Martin Downey.
Yes.
Then a voice said, "This drink is on the house."
On the house.
How we all got up there, nobody knew.
The new republic is off to a great start.
Sure, now we can concentrate.
Concentrate how?
With the English out of Ireland,
yes,
we can keep the fighting among ourselves.
Well, now that Ireland's free, a great injustice has been remedied.
Only one injustice remains.
And what is that?
The greatest injustice in the world is that money is green and the Irish have so little of it. Me especially.
Well, tell me, Ajax, what about schools and teaching?
Me boy, to me, schools are a waste of time.
How do you mean?
Well, if you're born in Ireland, you only have to learn one thing.
And that one thing is?
How to get to America. Goodbye to you.
So long, Ajax. Come on, Portland. Let's stop in the music store. I have a surprise for you tonight.
A new song?
Ah, yes, but this is a song with a little story. Last October, when you and I started walking down Main Street, Al Goodman wrote a few bars of music, which he called the Allen Stroll. You know the music. Well, so many people wrote to Al Goodman asking what the music was, if it was a song, that Al decided to use the few bars as a theme and compose a song. Mitchell Parrish, the man who wrote the lyrics for Stardust, has assembled the words, and tonight, for the first time, Portland, the 5 DeMarco sisters will sing the new Al Goodman, Mitchell Parrish number, Carousel of Love.
Here I go again, riding on the carousel of love, round and around, round and around, round and around, merrily on the road to nowhere. Breezes blow again, spring is here and skies are blue above. I should beware, but I don't care. What do I care? Riding the carousel of love. I thought that I was smart, careful with my heart. Love and I were really through. But that was long ago. How was I to know that I'd meet lovely you? So here I go again, riding on the carousel of love. Round and around, round and around, round and around, head over heels in love with you. I go again, riding on the carousel of love. Round and around, round and around, round and around. Head over heels in love we do on the carousel of love.
Say, wait a minute, Porter. Just wait outside the music store here. Here comes Kenny Delmar. See, there's some fellow with him.
Well, hiya, Fred. Meet a friend of mine, Speedy Simpson. Speedy is the world's fastest talker.
Really glad to meet you, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. Wonderful to be here. Glad to be here. How do you do, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'm taking Speedy over to the Ford dealer. There's so much to say about the new Ford. I think a fast talker like Speedy can say it all and save the dealer some time. Show Fred what I mean, Speedy.
Well, I want to put out Patterson on the model for the character. It's a question of the Mistral, which is the latest with revolving wheels, and that won the Fashion Academy Award.
Oh, say.
Yeah, you see, Fred, in 2 seconds, Speedy told how the New York Fashion Academy picked Ford as the fashion car of the year because Ford is ahead in design and style appeal.
Say, he sure did. Speedy covered everything as far as I'm concerned.
When it comes to describing the wonderful feeling you get when you drive the new Ford, that smooth midship ride, those sofa-wide seats, those magic action brakes, I would take the average talker all day to describe the new Ford feel. See how long it takes Speedy to do it.
I'll take no time to point out the distance of the advantages of the new Finkel, which certainly is evident by the rheumatic tire. And what's more, take a look at any pair and you'll see the model with the big picture windows and choice of engines V8 or 6.
4 seconds.
Right.
4 seconds. Behind it.
Speedy told the whole story, and he also mentioned Ford's recent price reduction.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that about the price reductions. Was that in there, too?
Fred, I heard it distinctly.
I didn't decipher. It just got away from me.
Well,
I followed him right up to the end.
To
the V8 engines, but the price reductions got away.
But Speedy doesn't miss a trick.
But how can anyone understand Speedy?
Well, if you can't understand Speedy, just go down to the Ford dealers and see the Ford's good looks. Drive it and feel the difference. And those lower prices speak for themselves. Let's go, Speedy.
Wonderful to be here. That's the end. Not so long. Mr. Allen.
Don't mention it, Speedy. So long, Kenny. Come on, Portland. What now?
Isn't this where the circus is playing?
Sure is.
Well, you used to know when the circus was in town.
Well, not anymore. The circus carries a nail wick 2 blocks long now. Are you turning here?
I have to see Mama.
Oh, your mother?
She's standing in line at the Radio City Music Hall.
Oh, really?
And I have to go every 3 hours and bring Mama something to eat.
Oh, really? I heard the Red Cross was opening a small place in front. Well, see you next Sunday, Portland.
Good night.
Good night. Say, this man coming out of the bookstore looks familiar.
Well, Fred Allen.
Basil Rathbone. This is a surprise, Basil. I thought you were still on the road with your play, The Heiress.
No, Fred, I just finished an 8-month bus tour across the country.
You lived 8 months on a bus?
Mm-hmm.
Did you stop overnight at hotels?
No, we slept on the bus.
Oh, you had berth?
No, every night the driver handed each passenger a pillow and a sleeping pill.
Oh. What did you do about eating?
At mealtimes, we'd stop along the road at a Howard Johnson stand for 2 minutes and have a malted milk.
You had to drink your malted milk in 2 minutes?
It was easy, Fred. Each malted milk was shared by 4 people.
One malted milk for 4 people? Well, you must have lost plenty of weight.
Actually, I gained 10 pounds on the trip, Fred. I outsmarted the others.
How?
When the malted milk was served with the 4 straws,
yes,
I would point to a freight train passing by and say, "Look, everybody, there goes Burl Ives."
Burl Ives?
Yes, while the other 3 were looking under the freight cars for Burl Ives, I would plug up their straws with pipe cleaners.
You fooled those other suckers.
With my clear straw, Fred, I was the only sucker.
Well, Basil, now that you've finished your road tour, a laugh startled me. Well, Basil, now that you've finished your road tour, I suppose you're relaxing.
No, Fred, I'm busy with my radio program for Fatimas.
Fatima cigarettes?
Yes, I smoke nothing but Fatimas, Fred. They're the new long Fatimas.
Oh, you smoke Fatimas because they're longer?
Yes, I have rather a lengthy nose.
I notice, yes.
When I try to light an ordinary-sized cigarette,
yes,
I exhale through my nostrils and blow out the match.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Now, with the new long Fatima,
yes,
I can rest my nose on the cigarette while I'm lighting it.
Oh, say, that's comfort while you're smoking. Yes. Well, about your radio show, Basil, I know it's a mystery program.
Yes, Fred. That's what keeps me so busy. I'm always looking for new mystery stories.
Really?
Yes, I just picked up these mystery books in the bookshop.
Let me see.
Yes, this first one is called The Dirty Chiropractor.
What? That's a mystery? What is that? What is that?
The dirty chiropractor removes the backbone from one of his patients.
Yes.
That night, the patient's back lights up, and he realizes too late that the dirty chiropractor has stolen his backbone and given him a neon spine.
Oh, he was a dirty chiropractor.
Yes, now, wait.
What is that other one you have there?
It's called the Butcher's Undoing.
The Butcher's Undoing,
yes.
A mystery?
Yes. It's about a butcher who drugs his wife and hides her in his icebox.
Yeah.
But the wife is half Eskimo, and only half of her freezes to death.
Oh, Basil, now wait a minute, old boy. Old chap, these plots that you have here, they sound like something cooked up by the mystery chef on an off night. If you're looking for a real mystery, I have a mystery.
What is your story about, Fred?
Well, my story starts with a fanfare.
Presenting the Mad Doctor of Downing Street.
Oh, death wore rubber gloves.
I am Sir Hubert Buffington. For years I was physician to His Majesty the King. Today I sit here in Old Bailey waiting to go to the gallows. Why, you ask? I'll tell you. My professional life was happy. Every morning as I walked into my office, my nurse, Miss Tuttle, would say...
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Miss Tuttle. What's on my schedule today?
At 2 o'clock, you're to remove a kipper bone from Sir Stafford Pip's lower lip.
Yes?
Then at 3 o'clock, for an hour, you picket the socialized medicine clinic.
Yes?
And at 4 o'clock, you pose for a cigarette testimonial.
Splendid. I don't know what we doctors would do without these testimonials for cigarettes. Is my T-zone chart ready?
Yes, sir.
Well, sterilize my pointer and I'll be off. My professional life was happy, but my domestic life was hectic. My wife, Lady Buffington, was constantly nagging me to buy her things. One morning I refused to buy her a television set. That night as I came in the door, Chung, my houseboy, was waiting for me.
Oh, Mr. Buffington.
Yes.
Oh, something terrible happened. Yes, Chung see Lady Buffington leave by back door with a duffel bag. Also find a note.
A note?
Here is a note.
Sir Hubert, you have finally gone too far with this inhuman stinginess. You know I'm crazy about pictures. This morning you refused to buy me a television set. All is over between us. I have run away with Cecil Spoonmaker. Signed, Lady Buffington. Cecil Spoonmaker? The name haunted me. Who was Cecil Spoonmaker? I searched for 3 months in vain. Then one day I was in my office trying to get my thumb out of a test tube when the door opened. A stranger confronted me.
I say, Doctor, you've got to help me.
Your name, please.
Spoonmaker. Cecil Spoonmaker.
Cecil Spoonmaker? I say, have you ever been in London before, Mr. Spoonmaker?
Yes, 3 months ago I was here with the circus.
The circus?
Yes, I'm the tattooed man. I'll take my shirt off.
I say, your right arm is the Tower of London.
And here on my left arm...
the White Cliffs of Dover.
Look here on my chest.
My word, an enormous monkey climbing up your chest, his outstretched paws on your Adam's apple.
Well, Doctor, that's why I'm here. I want the monkey taken off me chest.
Taken off?
I've been asked to give a command performance. I've got to make room for Winston Churchill. The monkey has got to go.
Very well, I shall give you an injection of energy.
Energy? Well, that's a cleaning fluid.
Precisely. When the energy gets into your bloodstream, that monkey will disappear.
Righto.
Here's the energy in solution. Now hold out your arm.
Righto. Ow!
That's all right now. There we are. I'll just sterilize this needle. I'll be back right away.
Yeah. Oh, Doctor. That injection. Something's happening. I can't breathe. Help! Doctor!
Doubling all vehicles. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Proceed at once to Sir Hubert Buffington's foul play suspected. Calling One Long Pan. Detective One Long Pan.
Greetings and shalom alaikum, kiddy. Detective One Long Pan, Oriental Sam Spade on job. All right, Louis, drop the gun. Long time catching everyone. All right, Louis, drop the gun. Ho-ho, long pan, an exceptional voice tonight. Maybe catch a fan letter from Jackie Eigen.
I say, old boy, will you stop that infernal racket?
Who are you, big boy?
I am Sir Hubert Buffington, physician to His Majesty.
You doctor?
Yes.
Who is party on floor with shirt off? Who is party?
He's one of my patients, Mr. Cecil Spoonmaker.
Oh, holy smoke. You some doctor. Long time stick to Dr. Pepper. Meantime, arrest you for murder.
Murder? That's ridiculous.
Say, victim body covered with blue picture.
Mr. Spoonmaker was the tattooed man with the circus.
Tattoo on arm?
Yes, that's the Tower of London.
Oh.
And these here, these are the White Cliffs of Dover.
Oh, you skip travelogue. What is this on the chest? Fur coat?
No, it's a monkey.
Monkey's paw leech up and grab dead man's Adam's apple.
Mr. Spoonmaker came to have the monkey removed.
Something fishy here, Doctor. Long time suspect monkey business.
Oh, Dr. Buffington.
Oh, woman enter case. Who is floozing?
This is my nurse, Miss Tuttle.
Oh, turn around, baby. Long time give you fast flisk.
Here, take your slimy hands off me.
Oh, you fess up, missy. Where were you when Mr. Spoonmaker bumped off? Where were you?
I was in the doctor's laboratory with 2 loaves of rye bread making some black penicillin.
What happened?
Dr. Buffington came out of his office and said he had given the patient an energy injection to remove some tattooing.
Very good.
Suddenly there was a scream. Dr. Buffington and I rushed into the room.
Mr. Spoonmaker was dead.
He had gone to that big sideshow up yonder.
There's my alibi, Longpan, and it's airtight.
Confidentially, Longpan stump, but not for long. Who else in house, Dr. Buffington?
Oh, well, only my houseboy Chung. I'll ring for him.
Oh, Longpan, girl Chung, China boy to fairly well. China clicky people. Duck soup for 1 Longpan.
You ling, Mr. Buffington?
Chung!
Longpan!
Ding ho!
Ding ho!
Sing wu pu, sing tong.
Oh, hui fang ling long mu gai peng.
Mu gu gai peng.
Ding wu pu.
Ho la ma.
You two seem to know each other.
Chung, Longpan go to school together.
Hong Kong, you class 28.
To the table down at Longfang. To places to
class reunion over. Chung, go back to kitchen.
You'll catch him later, Chung. Finish Hope and Mouse song together.
If you care to leave now, Longpan, I won't charge you for this visit. Show him to the door, Miss Tuttle.
Right this way, Longpan.
Not so fast. Longpan Lee examine body. Oh, you see, tattoo man also have picture inside coat pocket. You see, snap a shot.
My word, it's Lady Buffington.
My word, it's my wife.
My word. With Lady Buffington a snapshot is a dead man on floor, Mr. Spoonmaker. Maybe, Dr. Buffington, you explain why wife in picture snapshot with Mr. Spoonmaker.
Yes, Longpan. Lady Buffington was mad about pictures. 3 months ago, I refused to buy her a television set. To get even with me and to see some new pictures, Lady Buffington ran off with this tattooed man, Cecil Spoonmaker.
And today, when he come into your office, you get revenge. You personally kill Cecil Spoonmaker.
How could I kill him? I wasn't even in the office when he died.
Yes, Longpan. I told you Dr. Buffington was in the laboratory with me.
Not necessary. Doctor be in office when give patient fatal injection.
Fatal? Absurd. I merely gave him an injection of energy. Here's the bottle.
Formula on bottle K2SO4AL7, number now changed, Butterfield 82099.
What's in that bottle?
Not energy, Monsieur. Bottle filled concentrated solution alum.
Alum, good heavens. I must have made a mistake.
Make a mistake on purpose, Dr. Buffington.
But how could the alum kill him?
You see on tattooed man's chest, big monkey. Paw of monkey leech up and hold Adam's apple.
The monkey's paw's right around his throat.
Exactly. Alum shrink Mr. Spoonmaker's body. As Mr. Spoonmaker shrink, monkey's paw close tighter and tighter around neck. Finally, monkey's paw choke Mr. Spoonmaker to death. You fess up, Dr. Buffington. You put tattoo man out of picture.
I'm no match for you, Longpan. I confess, Cecil Spoonmaker stole my wife. I killed him.
Very good. No time to waste. Only 30 seconds left. Mystery solved.
Will I get the gallows, Longpan?
Confucius say, man who shrink other man bound to go away for a long stretch. Oh, Longpan hot tonight. Ping pong anybody? I want to thank Basil Rathbone for joining us tonight. Here's a tip-off on what they're saying in Detroit these days. The word is it will pay you Ford owners to keep your present car in top-notch condition. And the way to do that is to bring it back home for service, home to your Ford dealer. Thank you and good night. Good night.
This This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.